So I'm going to take my.
Okay, could everybody mute, please? Okay, good evening and welcome to the public meeting of the Halton District School Board for Wednesday, September 16th, 2020. We are conducting this meeting in a rotating blended model. As you will see by backgrounds, trustees Oliver, Reynolds, Shuttleworth, and Vice Chair Harrison, along with Director Miller, are attending this meeting in the boardroom at JW Singleton Center. We have some technical issues with adjusting the boardroom technology to accommodate meetings with all trustees present. We have decided that instead of funneling resources from the classrooms and central administration to expedite this changing technology process for 13 people who are still able to meet and complete their work, it is more important to have the whole system focused on student and staff safety and learning environments. Until resources are available, we are following a practice that will allow a few trustees to return to the boardroom for each meeting. If you do have any questions about the content of our meeting, please reach out to your local trustee or myself after the meeting. As per all of our board meetings, this meeting is video voice recorded and available on hdsb.ca and is posted on the site afterwards and is available on YouTube. As these virtual meetings are long and require hyper-focusing, I will be calling at least one 5-minute recess during the course of this meeting. At this time, I will take roll call. Please answer as I call your name in alphabetical order by last name. Trustee Amos.
Yes, I'm here.
Trustee Collard.
Yes, here.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I am here.
Vice Chair Harrison.
Hello, I'm here.
Trustee Garretts.
Good evening.
Trustee Gray.
Yes, thank you. I'm here.
Trustee Oliver.
Good evening.
Trustee Reynolds.
Hello, everyone.
Trustee Rocha.
Good evening, everyone.
Trustee Shuttleworth.
Is it working? I'm here.
Trustee Taylor.
Hi, I'm here, but I won't be really able to talk much, but I am here.
Excellent, glad to have you. And Trustee Vigilankara.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, and great to see you back. Director Miller, could you please note the senior staff that are here and any other staff that are joining us in this meeting?
Thank you, Chair Gerbentz. All superintendents and Associate Director Bogue are all here this evening, along with Human Rights and Equity Advisor to the board, Dr. Jewel Amoa.
Thank you very much. This evening, Trustee Shuttleworth will be honoring the land. Go right ahead.
Okay. Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern traditions from the many First Nations and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Attawandaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis, these lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather here today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility to honor and respect the 4 directions: land, water, plants, animals, ancestors that walk before us, and all the wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations for sharing their traditional territory with us.
Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest this evening? Looking to the speakers list. Seeing none. Next, we are up to the agenda. Trustee Garretts, would you like to move a motion to approve the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to move that motion, please.
Thank you. Trustee Rocha, would you like to second that motion?
Yes, I would.
Excellent. Is there any discussion at all on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? believe I'm just missing one person. If you could just check to see if you've confirmed. Or if you're having technical difficulties, please speak up. Trustee Evans, Trustee Taylor, I don't think I see you on the list. So what say you?
I believe Trustee Taylor mentioned he wouldn't be able to vote at the beginning.
Yes, so it does carry. And I guess we'll move forward with that with the absence of Trustee Taylor's vote. Okay. So we have no delegations this evening, and we have no presentations. Next, we are up to the consent agenda. Trustee Daniele, would you like to move a motion to deal with the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you. I so move.
Excellent. Trustee Oliver, would you like to second?
Yes, I second that motion. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the consent agenda action items and receive the information items for September 16, 2020. Are there any items that need to be pulled? If so, please put your name on the speakers list. Okay, I don't see any names on the speakers list. I do have a couple of questions myself for the order paper. And that would be, if we look at M190080, I'm wondering if this item is still outstanding. It is be it resolved that the Halton District School Board direct the Director of Education to undertake a review of the board's French language policy.
Through you, Chair Benz, I will be calling on Associate Director Bogue to help with this. But if you'll recall, this came up in the order paper last year, and part of that was taking a look at how core French was going and et cetera and all that. And so therefore it did not come off the order paper this year, or sorry, last year. And I'm going to turn to Associate Director Bogue because I believe it should, but I'm a little concerned about taking it off at this particular time, given the times we're in. But I'll turn it over to Associate Director Bogue to see if he has a comment.
I can add as well, there was some language in the French policy that was quite old as well. So part of it was updating the language. And so I think we can get it back to the board this fall. And at that point in time, I think we may be ready to take it off the order paper.
Okay, great. I see Trustee Collard is on the speakers list. Go right ahead, Trustee Collard. I have a few more questions, but go right ahead.
Thank you. It is regarding that specific item. There was a previous item that was to dealing with the outcomes of the last time we had done a French language study. I believe we called it something a little bit different than that. I can't remember the name right now. But what this particular item is about is specifically updating the policy, as Associate Director Bogue has pointed out. There's a lot of language in there that is no longer applicable or up to date. So it's just about refreshing the policy itself.
Thank you, Trustee.
if I may just add, we had intended to get this to the board last spring, but it really just got shelved, unfortunately. So there's not much work yet to be done, so we can get it to the board this fall.
And Trustee Collard, that was called the Program Viability Committee.
Bingo, there you go. I forgot the name of it.
Okay, so the next one I have is, I don't know why I have this out of order, but M180117, and that is be it resolved that the Halton District School Board direct the scope of the special education internal audit to be presented to SEAC for information and returned to the board for approval.
Through you, Chair Drabens, it has been completed and will be shaded for the next meeting.
Okay, and then M180220, be it further resolved that a subsequent meeting of the Director's Performance Review Committee be struck to review and amend as necessary the Director of Education's annual performance review policy. I think that there is sort of a duplicate happening here, because I do believe we see that later on as well. Actually, Vice Chair Harrison, can you speak to that perhaps?
Yep, sure, absolutely. Thanks. Through you to the group. Yes, we did make a subsequent motion the following year. Both of them were in recognition that we wanted to look at that particular policy, and both motions were in recognition that we were awaiting some provincial templates and or guidance. So my understanding from Manager Gortmaker is that first one will be taken off because it has been superseded by the second one.
Okay, and M190130. So be it resolved that the Halton District School Board direct the Director of Education to undertake a review of legacy boundary issues in conjunction with the 2019-2020 LTAP process and prepare a report that gives consideration to addressing boundaries while reducing cost, minimizing community upheaval, and other pertinent criteria. And I know I believe this is my motion originally, but I was just wondering actually if my colleague, if you'd like to speak to it, you can, Director Miller, but I'm sensing that right now is probably not the time to do this, and perhaps we should amend something previously passed to adjust this to next year's LTAP process, because this year's process, considering the pandemic and how it's affecting our schools, to me, it just doesn't seem to make sense. And this might not even be appropriate next year, but at least it won't be sitting on our order paper looking like we've missed it altogether.
Through you, Chair Drabens, to you, Chair Drabens, and all trustees, I would agree with that. Unless Superintendent Puccetti was prepared to speak to it this evening, unless she has something else to add that I don't know, but I think an amendment to next year, and let's see where it plays out the following year. Superintendent Puccetti?
Through you, Director Miller, yes, I would agree with you on that.
Okay, so I was wondering, I'm willing to make the motion to amend something previously approved and to adjust the date from 2019-2020 within the motion to 2020-2021. And I was wondering if anybody would like to second that motion.
I will.
Thank you, Trustee Garretts. Okay, is there any discussion? I know Trustee Collard just popped on the speakers list. Trustee Collard, is this, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, please.
Go right ahead.
The way that the motion currently reads, it's speaking in the past about the 2019-2020 LTAP, because currently we're in the 2020-2021 LTAP. So it's not referencing the date at which we would be considering it. It is because of what happened in the 1920 that we're looking at it. There is that date does not need to be changed. But if you wish to put a date for an expected report, because that is not on the motion, perhaps you would just put at the end with the report coming back to the board regarding the, preparing a report that gives consideration to, and at the end, just add a date.
How about returning the fall of 2021?
Sounds good to me.
Trustee Garretts, are you okay with that since you seconded the original motion?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion stands except for the amendment of the report returning the fall of 2021. Is there any more discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor? So we have 12 votes. Trustee Taylor hasn't voted, but it carries unanimously with everybody that has voted. So that motion, Manager Grootmaker, if you could make that adjustment for the next board meeting, that would be great.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe. Oh, so many screens. Okay. Yep. I think I'll leave that for now. So now, are there any other questions on the order paper or any other items in the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. So all those in favor of passing the consent agenda, or approving the consent agenda, action items and receiving the information items. Okay, we have 12 votes. Just missing Trustee Taylor, and we understand he's having issues. So that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. Now on to uh, 4.0. Oh, have I missed something? No. Approval of business transacted in private session. Vice Chair Harrison, do we have any business from private session that requires approval?
Not this evening, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Up to 4.2 for action September 16th. We have no action items this evening. We are now up to communications to the board. First off is item 5.1, student trustee reports. Trustee Vidyalankara, do you have a report for us this evening? And Trustee Taylor, if you were available as well.
Yes, I think I'll take over. Good evening, everyone. We are happy to inform you all that Student Senate will be running virtually this year. Students of the virtual elementary and secondary schools will also have the opportunity to be on Senate. Once we have sent out the letter to principals asking for senators, a communication about Senate will be sent out via the Student Senate social media pages so that students can find out more about how to get involved. And Evan and I are currently working on finalizing the exact details and look forward to beginning the Senate term. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Chair DeBeth.
Yes,
sorry.
go ahead. Go right ahead, Director.
Can I ask Trustee Vidyalankara a question? May I?
Of course, yes.
How are you this evening? But that's not really the question. I want to know how you are, but the main question is when you bring your Senate together, you and Trustee Taylor, I'm wondering if you could spend some time. The time would be up to you, obviously, and probably in consultation with your trustee mentors. generating some issues or concerns that students may have identified with the startup, whether it be virtual and or face-to-face. There's a lot of obvious ones, technology is a challenge and so on. But what we're really looking for is there something that we as the adults, the teachers and your principals and so on, would not know or would not recognize. I think we need to address those. So if you could spend some time doing that, that would be really helpful for us as a board. Particularly, I think if we continue along the 4 quadmesters or for as long as looks like we may be continuing them. Thanks.
Through the chair to Director Miller, we can definitely do that. I think that's the first thing that we will do once we have Senate. It's somewhat the elephant in the virtual room. I think a lot of students have reached out to us anyways, so it'll be good to have representation from every school to really get a sense of how each area is coping, and as Director Miller has said, also identify the issues that perhaps haven't been brought to the attention of the adult trustees. So yeah, looking forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Collarder, I see you're on the speakers list, but I may have just not marked you off. Do you have a question at all for our student trustees?
No, I didn't have a question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Rocha, I see you're on the list.
Thank you. Through the chair to Trustee Woody-Onkara. Question for you regarding student senators. Will there be student senators in the virtual schools?
Through the to Trustee Rocha, there will be student senators from the virtual schools. We're just finalizing whether they would represent the virtual schools itself or their home school, because some students have raised the point that if they are to opt to learn in person, let's say come November, would they still be representing that virtual school, or can they start representing their home school? So just figuring out the exact details, but there will definitely be senators from the virtual school.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other speakers on the speakers list, but I do have a question myself. Do you anticipate moving to a completely virtual environment that you might actually have more senators in attendance at your meetings than when they when the Senate has met in the past?
Through the chair to the chair, I think there will be a lot more student involvement. Just with my own experience of Senate in the past, sometimes student senators are unable to attend meetings because of transportation issues. So I think this, in a way, I think eliminates the barrier of having to come to the board. And in addition, because we're including virtual school students, there will certainly be more student involvement and more student senators this year.
That's very interesting. It's fascinating how there are some positive things that have potentially moved forward, being potentially more inclusive venue for people, though again, people with internet issues may have an issue as well. So it brings some people along in one ways and may make it difficult for some other people. But okay, well, there are no other speakers on the speakers list. Thank you so much for your report. Okay, so now we are up to action items for October the 7th, 2020. We meet, our regular board meetings are the first and third Wednesday of every month, and this particular month actually has 5 Wednesdays, so we do not meet again until October the 7th. So sometimes we have items with established criteria that need to come to the board table more than one time. The first time is for information, and the second time for consideration for approval. And we do have one item this evening, and that is the 521 Long-Term Accommodation Plan, also referred to as the LTAP, by Superintendent Pichetti. Report 20089. And I understand there's a presentation that goes along with that.
Thank you. Through Chair Gribens to the trustees, General Manager Fred Thibault will take you through a sort of high-level summary of the long-term accommodation plan. I believe we emailed the slide deck to you a few days ago. To say that this may be a little bit confusing because the LTAP still has the date of 2019-20 on it. And that's because we intended to bring it this spring and then we were delayed. And we felt that the delay was warranted because it was not a time to present a important document for the board and get fulsome consultation on the document since we were in a pandemic. So it is here now. It seems a little odd because we are now in the 2020-21 school year. However, the report is reflecting what occurred in 2019-2020. So without any further ado, I guess I will pass it on to General Manager Thibault to present it to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Maya. All right. Can everybody see the slide? Make sure it's full screen. Everybody okay? All right, so I'm just going to jump right into it. So as Maya had pointed out, it's a little bit odd right now with, this being the 2019-2020 LTAP. Usually we approve this in the spring of the current school year, but we're doing things a little bit differently as a result of COVID. And I would say another component of it that's important to note is that we were still awaiting the ministry response on our latest capital priority submission that we did submit back in September 2019, and having that new information and the response from the ministry integrated with this addresses some of the long-term accommodation issues that we've been facing and what the next steps are going to be. So we'll address the 2019-2020 long-term accommodation plan, hopefully in short order over the next 2 months. And then afterwards, we're just going to jump right into the 2020-2021 long-term accommodation plan and get through that process and go back to some form of regularity. So in terms of tonight's presentation, what I'd like to go over with you is a little bit of an abridged version of what was provided to you via email. So we've taken off a lot of the front end piece, mainly because this is something you've seen year over year for the last few. So tonight we'll stick more to the heart of the matter, which is really what the accommodation outlook is for the next 10 years and provide you a little bit of the ins and outs of what's happening for the long-term capital plan, as well as what our approval timelines are going to be between now and the approval of this plan in front of the Board of Trustees. So first and foremost, again, as you all know, this is something we review on an annual basis. So what we've done as part of this review is, again, update a new round or a new set of 10-year projections using our historical trends that we've had. We provided the 2019 capital priorities grant funding update as part of it and have adjusted our school opening dates and needs in accordance with that, as well as a lot of the utilization rates that we're seeing down the road. And then again, we've just updated all the profiles on each individual elementary review as well as secondary review areas to provide a little bit more of the flavor as to what we expect to be happening in those geographies of the Halton region and what some of our accommodation plans going forward are going to be, whether it's new schools, bound reviews, program reviews, or things of that nature. So just another quick note here. The full LTAP is now accessible online at our typical long-term accommodation plan website, as well as the full report, which you can access through this link. Also, when you have a chance, I know historically we have provided a physical version of the plan to trustees. I guess now we're moving a little bit more into digital era, but if you still prefer a paper copy, please let me know and we'll look to getting those printed to you and submitted to you once we finalize the process and finalize the plan. Now, with regards to the latest update from the Ministry of Education, as you know, we submitted a list of 8 priorities back in September of 19. Of those, we finally received a response from the ministry on July 24th of this year, a little bit late. And we were successful in obtaining our priority number 1 and priority number 2 priority number 3 submissions being priority number 1 is our Oakville Northeast number 1 high school, and priority number 3 was our Milton Southwest number 12 public school. For those two, we're still targeting the initial opening date. So for Milton 12, we're looking at a September 2022 opening date. Again, contingent on when we're going to be able to acquire the lands, get the necessary municipal approvals, as well as go through the ministry approval process. That date is still tentative. And same to be said with the Oakville Northeast High School. We're setting a tentative date of September 2023, 2024 for the opening date. Again, that's assuming that we don't get any delays at the ministry, municipal, or regional level on this one particularly. With regards to our capital projects that are currently in progress, we've opened our Oakville Northeast number 2 public school as of September, so Dr. David William. And then we're also opening Nelson, which we're more or less, well, the majority of it's done. We still have some renovation work that has to be done internal to the building, which we feel that will be fully complete by summer of 21. Milton 11, this one is a school that received capital priorities funding back in 2017, but we've been a little bit delayed with regards to ministry approvals on this one, which has somewhat forced us to push the opening date on. We're looking at a mid-year opening at this point. We're still in the process of getting necessary ministry approvals as well as obtaining the site from the developer. So this is one that was somewhat of an island that wasn't really accessible, and which caused a little bit of delays in getting the lands ready so we can build the school. So with that one, we're expecting a mid-year opening. And then Milton Southwest number 1 high school, again, we're targeting the 2021-2022 opening year for September, and that thing, it's moving along. And we're pushing as quickly as we can for that school, acknowledging the accommodation pressures in Milton. Now, overall, looking at the picture of the board and what we're looking at in terms of overall utilization, good news is that we continue to be a high growth board. Right now, we're at about 101% utilization, and we're projected to go up to 106% utilization overall. So our population of students is going to grow from about 65,000 to about 70,000. Total increase of about 4,700. Now, what's really important to note on this is that in us maintaining a utilization above 100% over that average 5-year period, which we do, that means that we not only are a healthy growing board, but also means that we continue to be an EDC board. So we're still going to be able to acquire our site through an education development charges bylaw and not have a further impediment in opening new schools and having to go to the ministry to acquire sites. So this is good news that we don't just reach the trigger on a deficit, we also reach it on an accommodation needs standpoint, which is good news for the board. In terms of the elementary panel, as part of this presentation, we're adding a little bit more visual. So we're providing a few maps that show what the overall utilization is by review area, so elementary and secondary. And what you'll note is the darker blue areas are areas with a lot more underutilized space. And as you transition to the warmer tones being the red, beige, that's when we go near to overutilization. So light blue is pretty much your 90 to 100% range, which is where we'd like to operate within. And then once you hit the beige to dark red, that's when we start getting into some overutilizations. So what you can tell here is that a lot of the significant pressures that we're having in the Halton region are in our high growth areas, really in the South Milton, or Milton as a whole, as well as the North Oakville area, or areas that are currently holding for those high growth areas. Otherwise, we're looking pretty good in terms of overall utilization in space. At the elementary panel, over a 10-year period, we're looking at an overall increase of about 7.3% overall, so about 3,300 students. And another thing to note too is that as speaking about the FI program, still being somewhat of it in its infancy, there's a little bit of still some massaging to be done on enrollment projections once we establish that trend as to what the grade 2 entry is looking like, because that has changed. So we're feeling that in the next couple of years that will stabilize and will be a little bit more consistent on our FI portion by schools. In terms of projections in Burlington for the elementary projections for the city of Burlington, what we're witnessing is continued declines in the city of Burlington, an overall 5.5 decrease, or about 700 students over the next 10 years. The big piece about Burlington is that it's a mix of established, aging, and some newer communities. And the problem is comparatively to a Milton or an Oakville, you don't have that big amount of growth that's counterbalancing the declines in the area. So albeit we're still in a pretty good level of utilization now, we are projected to continue decreasing. So we may be having to look at some future PARs if ever the ministry allows that, and depending whether or not, I know it's a taboo word, but if it continues on that stream, it'll be something we'll have to address in terms of balancing enrollment, whether it's use of public-private partnerships and things like that in our schools, but it's something we'll have to address over the long term if this continues. With regards to elementary projections in Oakville is still looking to grow overall over the next 10 years. So we're still going to see an overall increase of about 4%, or about 650 students. Oakville is another municipality which you'll see varying degrees of growth, declines, and pressures. So it's a mix of aging neighborhoods, established neighborhoods, and new neighborhoods, namely in the north. But overall, we're still staying within that 90% range and above, and so we're looking pretty good overall. With regards to the high growth area being North Oakville, we have a total of, I guess, 6 elementary schools that were designated within that growth area, of which we've opened 2, being Udanawi and Dr. David R. Williams. We have another 4 that are coming down the pipeline over the next, I'd say 10 years. And our next one being the Northeast Oakville number 3 public school that'll be located a little bit further east of Trafalgar. So that's the next one that we're anticipating to move forward with in the area, again, to reduce overall utilization pressures in Oakville. Otherwise, the other elementary schools in North Oakville are expected further down the road in the next 10-year forecast. So it'll be number 3 and then a toss-up between number 4 or 5, depending when sites become available. With regards to Milton, Milton continues to be an area of very rapid growth, and primarily it's comprised of just new neighborhoods. If we look at Milton 20 years ago versus what it is today, it is a completely different picture. So a lot of the areas are still really at that high peak area of enrollment pressure. So everything's still in portables, and there's still a significant amount of growth that's coming down the pipeline. So overall, we're looking at an increase of about 21% for the next 10 years, which is about 2,700 students, which means that we'll be opening a number of schools in Milton over the next 10 years, close to 1 a year, if I wouldn't be surprised. Right now, in the Boyne area particularly, we had a total of 6 schools that were designated. Of those 6, we've opened 2, Viola, Desmond, and Boyne. We have another 4 on the docket, and thankfully 2 of which of those are funded already, so being Milton 11 and 12, and we're moving forward with getting those schools open as soon as possible and going through the boundary review process, which we'll discuss in a few other slides, to get those going and get those students, especially that are living in that community but attending school outside of that community, back to where they should be going. Another thing to note, and just speaking to the overall rampant growth in Milton, there are still 2 new secondary plans that are coming forward, being the Trafalgar Corridor and Britannia East-West secondary plans, together being an additional 29,000 residential units that will be coming down the pipe. So expect, again, a number of new schools being required in the town of Milton. And with regards to the elementary projections in Halton Hills, Halton Hills is again, it's kind of the story of the Halton region, is a mix of well-established neighborhoods. So really in the north end of Halton Hills, or well, more so in Georgetown, and then you have the south end, which are a mix of newer yet still beginning to be established communities. So overall, what we're seeing is that utilization right now in Halton Hills overall is below 80%. We're at 79%. And it is anticipated to increase to about 92% with an overall increase of 15% growth, or 650 additional students. But that's really bolstered by the fact that there's the new Vision Georgetown secondary plan that's being introduced in Georgetown, which will be introducing about 6,600 new units. And with that, we have identified a total of 3 elementary school sites, excluding Stewarttown, which falls in that boundary, as well as a secondary school. And we also have still the Georgetown number 3 public school site that's located within Georgetown. The concern that I have with Georgetown is that given the utilization and available spaces that are in the area, it may be difficult for future capital priorities projects to get them funded if we have those surplus spaces. So it'll be a challenge that we'll have with the ministry going forward, and we'll have to monitor overall accommodation needs in the area very closely to see what we can do to get those new schools, especially in the newly established areas. In terms of the secondary panel board-wide, again, this is another area of growth. It is rare provincially that we both have overutilization at the elementary and secondary panel. Usually it's just one, but here we are with both panels being overutilized, which benefits us with EDCs and capital priorities funding. So overall, we're seeing an overall increase over the next 10 years of about 7.5% or 1,400 new students. And albeit fewer new secondary schools that'll be required over the next 10 years, there are still some that'll be needed in the Oakville and Milton area, which we'll get into in a second. And before that, I would also like to just point out one last thing is a lot of this utilization will be really dependent on what the ministry comes out with their ultimate loading for secondary school classrooms. As you know, they've already increased the secondary classroom averages to what it was. So if the ministry does decide to increase the loading per classroom, that may impact our utilization and may in fact impact our eligibility for EDCs, as well as some of the viability of our future secondary school if we have an overabundance of underutilized space. So it's something we'll have to monitor over the next few years, contingent on what the ministry decides with overall classroom loading. With regards to Burlington, Burlington is a good news story. So right now, albeit in 2019-20, we're only showing 77% utilization. This doesn't include the closure of Robert Bateman, which if you do take that into consideration, next year, current year, that jumps us right up to 98%, which puts us at a very healthy level, which is good. It's a good outcome of the PAR that occurred in South Burlington. Overall in Burlington, you're still looking at an overall decline at the secondary panel, but albeit 3.3%, it's only about 180 students that were projected. So it's more of a flatline growth trend, which is good still. With regards to Oakville, again, we're looking at an overall decline in student enrollment, but overall we're still overutilized. So we're going to decline about 1.3% over the next 10 years, or about 120 students, but we'll still remain well above 100% in overall utilization. In fact, we're looking to spike to 126% utilization by 2023, until such a time we open the new North Oakville school, our secondary school, at which we'll drop back down to the low 110s. And with regards to secondary school accommodations, there is one additional secondary school site identified in the North Oakville plan, and we'll have to determine whether or not that's needed at a later time. So right now it's not figured into the long-term projections. In terms of secondary projections in the town of Milton, again, quite a bit of growth projected over the next 10 years, an increase of about 1,582 students, or about 53%. So we're almost looking forward to another secondary school in addition to the Milton Southwest High School. Utilization is going to remain above 120% over the next 10 years. And the next secondary school that we have identified in Milton, the fourth, will be in the Trafalgar Corridor secondary plan area, which we've identified one. And we're still going through the process. Well, the town is still going through the process, the Britannia East and West secondary plan. And once we have a little bit more information on what those residential unit projections could be for that area, we'll decide how many elementaries as well as secondary schools we may need within that particular area. Secondary projections for Halton Hill is very similar to the elementary panel. Overall, we're looking at an increase of about 144 students, or 7.4%, but we're still seeing an underutilization of spaces in the secondary panel. So we're not seeing that much of pressures, or that much enrollment pressure within the area, which has some implications with the viability of our future secondary school that's identified within the Vision Georgetown area, and whether or not the ministry will fund it because there is space available, and because of usually their criteria for determining when new secondary school is needed within it. Namely because it is a very expensive project, as you may have seen with some of the project budget costs for our latest secondary school projects. So that's somewhat of an overall picture of what's happening in terms of accommodation in the Halton region. And part of that too is defining what kind of accommodation or how we address some of these accommodation pressures. So we also identify school boundary reviews that we need to undertake over the next few years, but namely, as part of this presentation, we want to stick to what we need to complete for this year. And this will tie into our annual LTAP boundary review report that we typically present around this time, but we're a little delayed. So just to get into it, part of this year's school boundary review package that we're going to have to complete is, first and foremost, we need to complete the Milton Southwest #1 high school boundary review. We had started this back in the winter of 2020, and we were nearing completion. We were at the public information meeting stage, and unfortunately we had to delay it because of the pandemic. Now you may have seen the emails going back and forth. We're bringing back the process, and we're expecting to complete that by November 4th, before the registration process really picks up, especially with the option sheets. With regards to new boundary reviews for this year, the first one that we're proposing is the Milton Southwest 11 and Milton Southwest #12 public school boundary review. So for this one, seeing that both projects are funded and we're anticipating that the opening date will be pretty much within 6 months of one another, if not on the same date, depending on delays, we're proposing to combine these two together because of not only efficiencies, but I think what's better is that being the way that Milton is and the amount of schools that are holding students within the Boyne area, it's advantageous to have both processes running at the same time so that we minimize the amount of potential impacts if we were to run two back-to-back boundary reviews. So an example would be a community getting hit twice if their pocket or their neighborhood's being moved between the schools. So this way we can look at the full picture and define boundaries that have more longevity to them, and we don't need to change them as frequently. And we can also anticipate the future schools that will be coming thereafter. And the other boundary review we'll be discussing at the next board meeting, or at the future board meeting, October 21st, is the TBD area in ERA 118. So this is the North Oakville area. This was an area that was defined as part of the most recent Oakville boundary review for Dr. David R. Williams. This is an area that's between Trafalgar and Ninth Line, which right now there's no one living there. It's all future development and it's coming underway, but we need to find a holding school as to where we want to house these students until such a time we're funded and we're ready to open the third North Oakville public school. So that in short is some of the boundary reviews that we're anticipating to complete this year. And we'll be presenting those as information on October 21st and hopefully November 4th once the LTAP is approved for us. So we want to make sure LTAP's approved before we move into this process. The other piece is now that we have we're ready to update, I guess, our list of next capital priorities is what do we have left on the docket for the next few years. So this is a listing of the next projects that we anticipate to submit in the next round of capital priorities funding. So they're the ones that weren't funded in the last round, as well as maybe some additional ones. These are just a listing of what we have in the long-term accommodation plan. Again, we'll bring these forward to the board for approval once the new program is released, as well as when the criteria for what can be submitted or what's eligible for submission will be released as well. So this is just a tentative list for now. Lastly, in terms of the next steps for this process, so tonight we're presenting the draft, the report as well as the draft long-term accommodation plan to the board for review. The next piece is tomorrow we'll be launching our community consultation survey to the wider community so that they can access the plan, review the plan, and provide some of their feedback, at which point we'll give them a couple weeks and we'll close the survey on October 2nd. We'll review the results of the survey between October 5th to 9th. And what we'd like to do is present the outcome of this to the committee of the whole on October 14th to bring up any new information that may have come through the consultation, or if trustees have any additional questions they would like to ask. And we'll make any final tweaks to the long-term accommodation plan at that point and present it for approval on October 21st. Once that's complete, then we'll circulate the long-term accommodation plan to all our agency partners in the region and outside of the regions and coterminous boards. And then we'll move on to our standard steps of undertaking our community planning and partnership annual meeting to identify any potential areas that could be utilized by a partner in spaces that, that are underutilized. So that's it for the presentation tonight, and I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Through your chair, Grabentz, there's one addition, and this would normally be or may have been in director's report, but we think that it's timely to do it now because it's related to manager. I was going to say Manager Fred, Manager Fred's recommendation around the boundary review, General Manager. And we want to give trustees the timeline for the Milton High School boundary that it will be completed. And along with that, we will likely bring in November an update to all trustees on the state of, probably November for that, on the state of the construction and where we are with the construction and in terms of opening dates and all that stuff. So with that, before you ask questions to General Manager Thibault, I would turn it over to Associate Director Bogue just to give the dates of the Milton boundary reviews for trustees' benefit and the public's. Thanks.
Thanks, Director Miller. I like that General Manager Fred. I like that a lot. As General Manager Thibault suggested, we did get sidelined last spring, and we had a very talented and energetic boundary review committee. We were planning to bring a recommendation to the board in the early spring, but the pandemic had other plans. Trustee Oliver and Superintendent Truffin and I chaired the boundary review committee, and so they may offer some thoughts here as well. We have regrouped and pulled together some dates this year. Last year we were trying to wait to do this in person if we could. It couldn't happen last spring, and it still can't. So our plan is for a virtual approach to finishing up the boundary review. We have 2 meetings left, so they will be virtual. So the public meeting, and this is how close we got to finishing this process up. We were at the stage where we would do our public meeting. So it's scheduled for September 29th. And it will be sort of that virtual public meeting, almost like the town hall format, similar to what we've just completed. So community members and families will have opportunities to submit questions in advance, and we'll address those as well as presenting the preferred options at that meeting. So that's September 29th. And then our final BRC meeting will be October the 8th, which will be virtual as well. And then we'll be bringing a recommendation to the board on October 21st. For a decision hopefully on November the 4th, assuming all goes well. So we want trustees to have that time frame in mind, and we certainly want our community to prepare as well. So I don't know, Trustee Oliver, if you wanted to add anything else to that. I've missed something.
No, thank you. I think you've covered it all. Just wanted to remind our families that a letter had been sent out with the date of September 29th. And I hope that as many of the families affected by the boundary review will be able to join the virtual town hall and pose any questions they have so that we can answer them. I look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm now going to take questions or direct questions to General Manager Thibault. We have a speakers list. So the first question is Trustee Amos.
Thank you. I believe this is for General Manager Thibault. You mentioned that there would be a boundary review for ERA 118, which is the area that would extend out towards 9th Line in North Oakville. Is that also going to include the area that is beyond Burnhamthorpe? Because they're currently building houses on both sides of Burnhamthorpe north. And I know originally they had said they were going to be building them in a horseshoe type configuration, but there are already houses north of Burnhamthorpe, which I know we haven't designated a school yet for. So wondered if that is included in that boundary review process. Thank you.
My mic is still on. Let me just check real quick here. I don't believe it is, but I will confirm. It doesn't include the area north of Burnham Thorpe all the way to the 407. So yes, it's included in that area. I believe the area that is being referred to, however, is between Six Line and Trafalgar, and they're designated to go to River Oaks at this point in time. It's being confirmed by a senior planner, Lorene.
So that's the area we'll be doing the boundary review for? Yeah.
The area.
Sorry, you had said you were going to have to do a boundary review for ERA 118.
That is correct.
And so the area north of Burnham Thorpe, will it have a designated area for schools for the kids who will be going to school so they know which holding school they'll be going to?
At this time, there's, from what I understand, there's no development that's actually east of Trafalgar, north of Burnham Thorpe. Let me just...
Okay, but it's being built right now. You drive there, there's houses being built.
We'll have to confirm, but from what I understand, in the most recent site visits that we had, that area is west of the Trafalgar.
Yes, you're right. It's west of Trafalgar. So is that area have a designated? It does. Okay.
Yes, that's the River Oaks one. So the area that we're referring to.
Okay, so the next
is just east of that.
Okay, so the next question is from Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Through the chair to General Manager Thibault. Question on the presentation. Slide 22, you mentioned proposed addition renewal capital priorities for resubmission, and they mention rebuilds. Can you elaborate on what exactly a rebuild is, and why would we consider a rebuild versus another alternative?
Through Madam Chair to Trustee Rocha. In this circumstance, when we're reviewing some of the rebuild projects that were presented as part of that report, some of them were schools that were requiring some right sizing. So what that means is that the school itself was much larger than what we needed. And I believe that probably at the time when it was being reviewed, it was more effective to do a tear down rebuild than to remove a wing of a school and conduct all the necessary renewal works at that school. The other thing too is considering potentially the age of some of these facilities that were identified as potential rebuilds. It would have been more beneficial given the overall design to rebuild it to a 21st century learning model, or sometimes adapting existing schools may not be as much of an easy task. I may be missing a few things. Maybe Superintendent Pachetti can fill in some of my blanks.
Thank you. Through the Chair Crevenz to Trustee Rocha. Schools are permitted to submit up to 8 capital priorities. In Halton, our capital priorities, generally the top 3, and have been growth related. And I think as a consequence, that is always going to be a more compelling case than a rebuild. And that is certainly the case across the province, in my experience, that growth is one of the key criteria that they look at. And then if it is an existing school, potentially rebuilding that school, because adding an addition to the school or doing major renovations is too costly as compared to building a new school. But we did put these in last year, in part because of growth. So for example, Alton Village was submitted as a business case for an addition. And the other schools were submitted in terms of growth and their facility condition index, the condition of the existing building. But I have to tell you, until the criteria of growth is not as critical to our region, I do not see us being very successful with rebuilds at this point from capital priorities funding in any case.
Okay, Trustee Garrett.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to General Manager Thibault. I was paying attention. There's a lot to take in there. Did I miss a new high school? Not the one we're building, but another one? Because we're going to have to put those feeder schools somewhere.
Yes, there is another one, or through you, Chair Grabenik, to Trustee Garrett's. There is a new school that is being designated as part of the Trafalgar Corridor secondary plan. So that one is, I'm trying to remember here, I think it is close to the corner of Trafalgar and Britannia, if I'm not mistaken, as to the general area where they're defining the location of the future secondary school. Right now, that process is still very much in its infancy, the secondary planning process, that is. So the most recent piece is that they asked public agencies what they require in terms of land. So that phase of it's been done. They've approved it in principle at the town. Now has to go up to the regional level to get approved and then move forward. And there's quite a few steps, but the sooner that we know where we're located and start thinking about the acquiring of those lands and the ministry funding component as well, the easier of a time we're going to get to meeting those timelines.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Vice Chair Al Harrison.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, my question is with respect to the proposed projects for rebuild, refurbishment, major additions. And thank you for outlining the criterion that are used to come up with that list. I understand facility condition index is also utilized, and I wonder, just looking at this list, whether also there's any overlay to ensure that all of the areas of the board get a project in there, because while my mandate is for the entire board, I also note that Oakville doesn't have any proposed projects, and I do know that there are some schools in Oakville, like all of the other areas in the board, that are very aging and have very high FCIs as well.
Through the chair to the vice chair, Al Harrison, I think you are describing a dilemma that many school boards face when it comes to capital priorities. There are several criteria that the ministry do look for when you submit a business case. Growth in the area, stability of that enrollment in the area, and facility condition index. The facility condition index percentage that the ministry currently looks at is 65% or higher. And one of the challenges is that it's not challenge, it's something that we do. We continue to renew and replace components on our buildings. So every 5 years, our older buildings are inspected, and that could alter the facility condition index, especially if in those 5 years, you have addressed some of the major components like roofs, boilers, updated the systems. I know that doesn't mean that the building itself maybe is still perhaps not meeting some of our 21st century learning components, but we have to put all of that together to make a compelling business case. And every school board in Ontario typically submits anywhere from 5 to 8 schools. So we are competing with other school boards for the available funding, and the ministry does look and take into account all of these issues when it comes to replacement schools. I hope I've answered your question. I'm not sure if I've gotten to where you want me to be, but that's what I think is the response based on a few years of submitting these capital priority requests, not only for this board, but of course for the other board that I worked at, where similarly they needed to replace older buildings, but we're facing growth in other areas.
So may I follow up?
Yes.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I guess my main point is that it would be great to see schools from all of the municipalities be included in such a list, as I believe that there are examples to be found that would meet all of the various thresholds. So, but what I just want to summarize what I've heard you say is that with respect to building a best business case and the competitive nature of securing funds across the province, that at this time, of course, you feel that this is the package that does that in the best way. So my only point, just to make it again, is that it would be great to see schools from all across the board represented in there, if in fact that those are the best choices. Thanks.
Okay. Next speaker is Trustee Shuttleworth.
Yes, thank you through the chair. I think my question has mainly been answered. It was somewhat similar, revolving around what Trustee Rocha and Trustee L. Harrison were asking. But what I was, is there like a place where we draw the line, where we stop fixing these older buildings and realize that we're just throwing money into a pot that's getting deeper and deeper? Like, is there a point that we just say we can't do this anymore, or do we just keep going? And
so through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, every year we review this list, and the other important factor is every year the ministry inspects another group of schools. So as I said, the facility condition may alter with what work that has happened in the last 5 years. And also taking into account what work wasn't considered in the last inspection and now has moved into the current 5-year window for that facility condition rating. So that could tip the number one way or another, either higher facility condition index or lower because we did some of the work. So it's a list that's reviewed every year in terms of what to submit for capital priorities. Again, growth in the area, stability in the area, availability of other schools, all of these are taken into consideration whenever you submit a capital priorities business case. And so to say that, well, we would submit a school per region may not be reflective of whether or not there are several schools in one area with a higher facility condition index than perhaps in another area. So it's, there's no, we have to look at the numbers. We have to make a compelling business case. And the ministry has access, when they review all this information, they have access to all the same information. So they will ask those kinds of questions of us when we submit a business case.
If there's maybe one thing I would add to that as well, it's even if we did have a very strong business case with regards to the different regions, different schools, or sorry, different municipalities in a specific area, within Oakville or Burlington or Milton, these are still being compared provincially to other business cases being submitted by other boards. So because the province has a very limited pot of funding for new capital priorities, they're weighing our own priorities versus everyone else. So it's really not just a competition intra-municipality for our jurisdiction. It's actually with all other 72 boards. So there are instances where you may not be successful in a round of capital priorities funding, and you may receive nothing because your priorities in the grand scheme of things provincially weren't strong enough to support the funding of that project. So that's another thing we have to be careful with, where it may be a good business case for us and it may be a school with the highest FCI for our board, but when compared to other boards, it may not be, and it may not be successful. So that's why sometimes it's challenging to define these lists and to balance the needs between different municipalities.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Trustee Oliver.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to General Manager Thibault. I have a question about the new Bronte Green Corporation development in Oakville, bordered by Bronte Road and Upper Middle. Now that the development is growing, I understand there's some people are asking about an elementary school in there, and I understand there's a designated public elementary block. It is my understanding that our planning department did an analysis of the proposed building on that site, and it was determined that a building of a school is not required for that area, and those any students growing up in there will be transported to Heritage Glen. So I just want to confirm that that's still the case and that we are that makes sense for that area. Thank you.
You're on mute.
Through Chair Grabens to Trustee Oliver, I'll preface it with this. I'll confirm if I say anything here that's slightly erroneous. I have looked at that piece, and from what I understand is that, yes, you're correct. At this time, there isn't really an accommodation pressure that would necessitate the construction of a brand new school within that area of the Bronte Green development. And I'll confirm with planning, but it will more than likely be located outside of the area. I think I just got a response here. That being said, we do have the site designated, and from what I understand, it's an option agreement for the next 7 years. So at least we have a hold on the site, so we can monitor development, monitors to see how much growth is going to be generated in terms of student yields. And if it is determined at a later time that we need the school, then we can acquire the site and move forward with the capital priority submission. But yes, at this time, we don't believe it is critical enough to warrant the construction of a new school, but at least we have it designated.
That's great. Thank you.
Andrea, you spoke when you were muted.
Okay, Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Through the chair to perhaps Director Miller. Right now we're looking at building new schools physically. Should we be considering offering virtual schools in the future? So past COVID, I guess for a few reasons, to accommodate students with health concerns, mental concerns, different learning styles, and perhaps to even alleviate schools with high utilization rates. Is that something we're considering, or have we given it any thought?
Through your Chair Grabens to Trustee Rocha and all trustees, I would hesitate to say it's something we're considering, but we certainly have given it thought. If there's one thing that this pandemic and COVID has done, it has focused the mind around education having to be delivered differently in the future. There's no question face-to-face learning and teaching and learning is the best. Kids being in a classroom. But this has illustrated some inequities in our distance approach and so on. So I think it is a conversation that we need to have and we will have. And I think this is a question that would involve the trustees as well. I think we need to look to, as if you'll recall, I think it was Vice Chair Grabens was leading a bit of an initiative around building back better, or something was the actual name. And I think this has got to be one of the considerations we have to think about, because for all the reasons you said, I think we have to have a conversation about it and where is it going. I know that there would be great challenges around collective agreements, and I'm not suggesting that we not adhere to collective agreements or do anything that interferes with that. And as I said right from the onset, face-to-face, in-person teaching and learning is by far the best. It's by far the best. But it is a conversation we need to have, and I was planning on kind of initiating it a little later on in this school year. But I would say stay tuned to the trustees, because I think it's something that you need to be providing input, and of course community and all sorts of other things. So it's an excellent question. Thanks.
I just want to correct you. It was Vice Chair Al Harrison's motion about Build Back Better. Okay, and there are no more speakers on the speakers list, so I have a question, and that is just in the LTAP document on page 7, number 7, ERA 107. It says a new and controversial development application is expected to be submitted by the end of 2020, which may impact long-term projections. So I'm sure that's a great sort of mystery writer kind of thing to but I'm sure there are lots of people wondering, what is this controversial development that may be coming forward? And since it's my area, I'm asking that question.
Through your Chair Gerbens, to you. Yes, this mystery, this that we've added to the LTAP, and it's not only for entertainment value. To be clear, it's for the Millcroft Golf Club redesign, so it's still very much in its infancy. And the reason we're trying to add some mysticism to it is it hasn't really been submitted as of yet to the city of Burlington. It's been one that they've been doing some pre-consultation, some public information meetings. And the intent of the application is to redesign the golf course to address some of the safety issues, and also look to adding up to 98 new single-family units and potentially upwards of 130 apartment units as well as part of the overall development. So with that, if that does come into play, we'll have an impact on enrollment projections within the area, and as well as some of the accommodation considerations to be had moving forward on that in terms of rebalancing enrollment and programs north of the QEW. So until that is submitted and there's a little bit more certainty around it, and some certainty around it to not falling into the same trope as what happened with the Glen Abbey Golf Course in Oakville, then we'll be able to make some better decisions as to what some long-term bound reviews, accommodation planning will be for that area. So that's what the development is, and we'll monitor it closely to see if it really does have some legs moving forward.
Yes, and once I drove through it, Millcroft last weekend, I do see it's controversial. There are a lot of lawn signs about it. So very interesting. The next speaker on the speakers list is Trustee Reynolds.
Thank you, through the chair. So I have two questions that focus on the pressures that COVID-19 has in impacting our demographics. I've been hearing about boards in our province that are experiencing significant changes in their demographics as a result of COVID-19. Hearing that families are leaving public schooling, selecting private school, learning pods, homeschool. So my two questions are, how do we track students who leave public school for alternate education? And knowing that the LTAP is an important predictive planning tool on our board, how have we considered the COVID pressure that is in our predictive methodology?
Through Chair Gerbens to Trustee Reynolds, it's a good question. It's a very challenging one to answer. But in terms of what planning services is doing at this time, in order to monitor this, what we'll do is once we get a clean cut of the actuals or of what the actual enrollments are in our schools, and we populate that within our projection system, what we'll be able to see in combination with Trillium and what have you is where students have left or gone, and see if there has been any significant changes in our overall grade to grade progression factors or retention more so. So usually we're only looking at grade 8 to 9 retention as a key factor, but this one we may be able to monitor what's been happening between grades and see if whether or not the amount of students we have lost, I guess, between the 2019 and 2020 school year are in any way higher or different than what we've seen in previous years. And the other difficulty in that and how it's going to impact our long-term accommodation plan is, projections are very much based on looking to the past trends to predict what will happen in the future. And I'm still not confident in saying that this is a trend that will establish itself and be a consistent trend throughout. This might just be an aberration in our data set saying that this is a 1-year occurrence or this is a 2-year occurrence and we're going to go back to normalcy afterwards. So we've got to be very careful as to how we take this new trend and apply it on our long-term projections, as it really has implications as to what our future accommodation needs are going to be, our utilization, our bound review needs, and things like that. So we need to take it with a grain of salt moving forward. It's not to be said that we don't monitor it. It's just I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to apply them directly into our projections moving forward until we're certain that this is a trend that has established itself and will continue for years to come. So it's hard to say at this point in time, but it's a good question. It's a consideration that planning will have to have moving forward.
Is there a follow-up at all?
Sorry, yes. So can you just explain, so I thank you for that. So how are we currently tracking our students who leave the public school? Is this done through the actual local school? How is it documented in the LTAP currently?
Through your chair, Gerbens, to Trustee Reynolds. I don't have to double check. I'm not quite sure it's documented the grade by grade. We do document the grade 8 to 9. But when we're doing our projections for whatever panel it is, what we're looking at is historically how many students move from grade 1 to grade 2. And when we're looking at that, we're looking at rates, but also if we're ever seeing like there's a significant discrepancy, we do have the ability in our system to drill down and see where have they gone to? Have they moved to another school in our board? Have they moved to another board? Or we're able to see, I think, through a couple Trillium reports too, whether they've gone to another coterminous board. And if it's not one of our coterminous, publicly funded coterminous boards, I should add, then it'll fall into this other category called other, which could be a combination of, out of region, out of province. It could be a number of things. We'll have to maybe explore if there is a way. I'm not sure, but something to be considered.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, so there are no more speakers on the speakers list. I'll give it another 5 seconds or so.
Chair Gerbens, may I say something?
I suppose so. Go right ahead.
I would just like to thank General Manager Thibault. This is his first report as an HDSB employee, and I think he did a fantastic job and explained things in a way that the lay people, such as myself, trustees, and the community can all understand. So well done, Fred. You're off to a great start in the HDSB.
Yes, thank you very much for your very fulsome report. Much appreciated. So we are moving on to 5.3, our for information section for September 16th. So 5.3.1, Deconstructing Anti-Black Racism, report 20085, submitted by Trustee Collard. Trustee Collard, go right ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I realize it's a very long report with a lot of attachments, and I apologize for that. It took me forever to abbreviate it as much as I did. My hope is that this report is a starting point for our board to take some meaningful action towards ending anti-Black racism as much as it's within our power to do so. And I was actually really just hoping that this would be a way of opening dialogue. If you have any questions about any of the items in the document, as I said, it's a very long document, and I apologize. But I'd be happy to entertain any questions or just listen to the dialogue.
Okay, thank you. I will, the floor is open for any questions, and I see that Trustee Rocha has requested to speak. Go right ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to Trustee Collard. I too attended the online course that Trustee Collard made reference to. But I did want to express my thanks to her for capturing everything in the report and all of the links provided. I find that we as a board have a lot of learning to do, and we're on the right path. So just kudos to Trustee Collard, and also kudos to the rest of us for tackling this issue and making a commitment to move not only the board forward, but looking at it from a larger perspective.
Okay, the next speaker on the list is Vice Chair Harrison.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just a brief comment. Thank you for the report and for all of the links. It's good reading, but even better to think on. And also, but beyond thinking, it's action. And I don't want to preempt our multi-year plan item that comes later on, but you know, the landscape has really shifted. A few months ago, there were climate change marches, and that was pre-pandemic. And during the pandemic, of course, there was so much around anti-Black racism, and rightfully so. And so I think our challenge will be, how do we embrace this in the context of our multi-year plan? Because that's where the rubber's going to hit the road, I think, in terms of action and dedicating resources and so on. So I just, Trustee Collard, you said you wanted to hear some dialogue, so those are my thoughts. And again, not to preempt the multi-year plan piece that comes up in a bit more time. Thanks.
Okay, looking to the speakers list. I don't see any speakers at this point. Trustee Collard, though, I want to say that I appreciate the work that you have put into this, and the signal that this is an important issue for the board. I know Vice Chair Harrison will speak to the multi-year plan, sort of our path, our journey going forward. But just to say that our journey up until the pandemic hit and we had to stop where we were, already started including talk of anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, and the experience of racialized students and staff within our board. So I'm not going to say any more to that, but I see Director Miller would like to say something.
Yeah, just very quickly, I too would, thank you, Chair Devens. I too would like to thank Trustee Collard and all the trustees for their support of this report, and both in its content and the spirit of this report. It's, as trustees are aware, this is a significant priority for us as staff to work with all school staff around anti-Black racism and anti-Indigenous racism. And it formed part of our professional development days prior to the beginning of school. And it will continue to be so as we go forward. And I think it's highly significant and important for us as a system that the trustees, senior staff, and all staff are hand in hand in this work to, shall we say, combat anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, and all discrimination of all forms, of all marginalized groups in society. So well done on you, Trustee Collard. From a director's point of view, I think it's fantastic, and it speaks well to the relationship we all have with each other and the relationship and understanding we have with our communities. Thank you.
Okay, so there are no more speakers on the speakers list. So we will move to the next item at number 523, suspension expulsion update, report 20086 in your board package. Superintendent Padre-Barrick, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Through the chair to trustees is our second suspension expulsion report update. These were initiated last year. And then we'll start the full year cycle with this report. And it is our rates year over year. You can see within the report, there's quite a reduction given the school closures. So you'll note that in there. Also, further to the report is just some of the broader work we're looking to do this year. We're in a little bit of a transition. And you'll see in there notably that our equity department, our well-being and student services staff, as well as our Safe School staff, are all taking a lens to, how do we continue to build capacity around difficult student behaviors, as well as an eye to reducing suspensions as well. I do want to note that the ministry regulations are in place now that prevent suspensions for students in K to 12 for discretionary, or K to 3, I'm sorry, let me correct that right now, K to 3, that prevent suspensions of primary students for discretionary behaviors. And there is a minor piece in the regulation that still permits for very serious or violent offenses. We call them 310 codes, which are behaviors significant enough where a principal must consider suspension. So that is still in play for our primary students. I do want to note, and I've noted that in the report too, suspensions of primary students have always been fractional in the Halton District School Board. It's never been a big piece. Last year, in all of our thousands of kids in kindergarten and grade 1, I think we had 1 in kindergarten and 1 in grade 1. The rest of the 50 suspensions we had were more tailored towards the grade 3 end of the primary division. So we don't expect it will have an impact on our overall numbers. It won't be a huge piece. We also think with the virtual schooling, it tends to diminish student behavior and suspensions as well, as we saw even once we started up again this year. So we think these effects combined, we should see a reduction again from our previous year's levels when all of the kids were in face-to-face school full-time. However, we are going to pursue a variety of multi-departmental initiatives around this, and we look forward to engaging in that. So if there are any further questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Yeah, we have a small speakers list at this point. Trustee Gray, go right ahead.
Yes, through the chair to Superintendent Padre-Barrick. I recognize that you've spoken about the reduction in suspensions, expulsions, once we hit that patch of COVID in the springtime. However, that being said, I'm adding up just slightly over 200 suspensions that occurred between February 4 to June 30. Are we to assume that all of these are connected to the through social media? Is that the connection point, the common denominator whereby these students receive suspensions and expulsions for?
No, the vast majority were in the period of February until the closure of mid-March. So we've taken the semester as the dividing point. So there's about 6 weeks in there when most of those would have happened, Trustee Gray. There were a handful of suspensions during the online instruction period, but just that, a handful.
Okay, thank you very much. My concern was with so many students now being in the virtual environment that it's definitely had messaging out that still they are in school and that misbehaviors would be dealt with accordingly. Thank you, Superintendent Podderberg.
Okay, next speaker is Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Through the chair to Superintendent Podderberg. The report shows a number of suspensions. Do these numbers include suspensions that were later expunged from the student's record?
Through the chair to Trustee Rocha, yeah, if a suspension was expunged, it would not appear in here. That is, when we expunge, we pull it from the student's record in the school, but also we go in through our Trillium analysts and pull it, basically get rid of it electronically as well. So when we pull these numbers out of our system, they would reflect only students whose suspensions have been upheld. Those expunged would not be in this report.
Can I have a follow-up? Okay, so thanks for clarifying that. So do we have any stats on how many suspensions were expunged?
We have, I do have some more extensive, we would have 4 for the school year.
And is that elementary or secondary or a
That's combined.
combined?
I don't have the elementary secondary breakdown.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Trustee Oliver.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Superintendent Podderberg. I'm wondering if there is a code of conduct that's shared with students or to kind of outline appropriate behavior, dress code, whatever it may be, for students participating in virtual schools and for those participating online as scheduled, just to provide them with some guidance on what's acceptable, appropriate behavior, decorum behind them, that sort of thing.
Yes, through the chair to Trustee Oliver, absolutely. Our code of conduct applies to kids, whether virtual or face-to-face. All of our admin, including our virtual admin, usually in the first week, we'll do some of that communicating through a variety of emails home to parents, assemblies, class visits. Some of those common approaches have been amended, but I know there's been virtual assemblies in many schools, and often a topic of interest at year start is just reminding students of those expectations. The code of conduct is available on school websites as well, including our virtual schools, and it would also be on our board website as well. So principals do make it known. They do our messaging for us. We don't do a pile of central messaging because they temper it for age appropriate and make it real for their own school, and they can customize the language a little bit. So yeah, you see it done widely at the start of the year.
Okay, next is Vice Chair Harrison.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the report and for the numbers and the data. My question is related, I believe, and that is just with respect to the VTRA process, and families would have received that notice this week, I believe, and I've had a couple of questions and or comments, and one of the questions is what data is collected in that respect. Is there kind of a parallel stream, and what work is being done in that area?
Yeah, so VTRA or VITRA, which is an awkward sounding short form, it stands for Violent Threat Risk Assessment, just for our many viewers out there. These are mandated processes. So every board in Ontario must have a threat assessment protocol in place. We use the VITRA as a tool. It's a Canadian developed tool. We've been using it over a decade now, I believe, in the Halton board. We do send a fair notice to parents. We are compelled to, at the start of every year, notifying them that the tool exists, that it's in place. And in that letter, I think which some parents can find upsetting is the notion that because this is usually an imminent safety piece for students in the broader community, a VITRA may go ahead without parent consent. Now, we say that in the letter because that is a possibility. We do these within 24 hours of a serious or imminent threatening behavior where things have happened. We do not do a ton of them in a year. For example, last year we did 18 for the entire school board. And in there we are, it is an assessment. I'll highlight that. It's not a consequence or it's not a behavioral process, it's an assessment process to see what is the level of risk here? Is it, what is the planning needed around to support the students in the community here, the kids involved in this? Usually there's, a student who's exhibited some worrisome behavior and we want to get in and assess. So it's a series of questions. The protocol has questions. It's implemented or really quarterbacked, I'll use that now that the football season's upon us, by our safe school social workers. Because many principals will never even do a VITRA assessment. So they're done in that way. The data collected is only kept in one place. It's locked in this, it's not even in the schools. There's one copy of notes taken during a violent threat risk assessment, and they're archived in our safe schools and locked at the education center in our safe schools department. So it's a very tightly scripted process. That's why we have people very experienced in running them in the school level. And that's through our safe school social workers that we have on our team. There's a ton of vetting that goes into determining if a violent threat risk assessment is done. People are often interested in the equity piece. Is this a tool to, a further tool of oppression of Black students, for example? It could be a worry out there, and it is a worry for some. And what I tell to those families is there is so much consultation. This is a multi-stakeholder group. The Catholic School Board, private schools, regional police, or various community agencies, John Howard, ROC, all of these community support agencies can be a part of it, and they're all co-signers on this. And so there's a lot of vetting. Is this a VITRA? Before it ever gets to the table, there's about 4 cycles of filtering to the point of actually convening a VITRA, and it happens very quickly through a lot of consultation, and that includes our staff, police, it includes these other stakeholder groups, and then final decisions are made based on that. For people interested in more, there is our administrative procedure around it that's posted. But like I said, it's an important tool to address imminent safety. It's more about safety and getting supports for kids who are in real crisis and have made real targeted threats. There are 8 different behaviors that would warrant a principal considering a VITRA, and we also do lots of consultation with them. So there are things, I'll just read you a couple, for example. Serious violence with intent to harm or kill, for example. Written, verbal, online threats that are clear, direct, and plausible against school communities or individuals. Possession of weapons with threatening behaviors, bomb threats, fire setting, behaviors of that nature that are can be an extreme cry for help. All of these violent threat risk assessment protocols came out of some real tragic behaviors or incidents in the United States and in Canada. And so ever since then, we've been doing them. I would say they have worked effectively to intervene in some really potentially tragic cases as a school board. And we've been able to get in, make an assessment, and then offer supports, because there's an action plan that comes out of these. Like you said, in these action plans are around therapy, counseling, safety measures, those types of things. So that's really, I hope that explains a little bit more. I think we'll be looking at we're always looking to improve. Every 2 years we update this plan collaboratively, and we're in that process right now, actually, of upping our admin procedure and regionally looking at these processes. We do it, as I said, every 2 years, and we're in that cycle now. I think one of the things we are always looking at too is, how does that fair notice read? We want to give people a sense of what the process is, that it happens, that it's a process we use, but we also don't want to alarm people either. So it's something we look at every year. So Trustee L. Harrison, I hope that answers your question. Or if I've gone blabbered on too long, just let me know as well.
Do you have a follow-up, Vice Chair Al Harrison? Okay, so last question on the speakers list is Trustee Shuttleworth.
My question is a little bit lighter, I think, but I just have a question regarding in online learning world, are students who are suspended or, well, suspended given the option of online learning in the HOPES program? It's the HOPES program, if I'm right.
Yeah, through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, the HOPES program is still operating. It's the same staff that runs it. It'll be a little different. We don't have separate programs. The HOPES staff is in a position to serve kids online or face-to-face. It's primarily a face-to-face program, I think, but the supports can be given from a social worker, behavior support worker, or teachers virtually as well. Most of the kids we're serving are choosing face-to-face. We have a cohort of kids that has continued with us over the break, and we're finding they're all back and engaged in choosing that. But we do have the abilities to support both.
Do you have a follow-up question at all? Okay. Thank you very much. There are no more speakers on the speakers list. Thank you very much for your thorough responses to questions from trustees. At this point, I'm going to call it recess until 10 after 9. So I will see all your lovely faces back here at 10 after 9. Okay, I hope everybody's returned from our, what ended up to be about 12-minute recess. We are on to the next item, and that is 352, reopening schools update. This is a verbal report by Director Miller and the senior admin team. So Director Miller, go right ahead. The floor is yours. If you are here.
We're coming.
Okay. I know things get a little more complicated at the board office. So
Sorry about that, Chair Drabens. My mask got caught in my headphones, so.
okay. Go right ahead with your report on reopening schools.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Drabens. So I've got a few comments to make, and then I'm going to turn it over to Superintendent Ruddock to manage this as she has done all the other times that we've done this. As you know, perhaps the biggest challenge we've had this past week has been and it's illustrated by the fact that face-to-face schools started on Monday and virtual schools started today. I think it's important for all trustees and the public to know that it was a significant undertaking to create 3 virtual schools. And we initially had a cutoff of August 17th that the community had to let us know what their intent to return. And then following some comments and announcements by the Minister of Education on August 13th, that was changed from August 17th to August 26th, which caused us to have to create virtual schools. We had a plan to teach distance learning through teach virtually, but that plan had to be shelved with respect to the announcement that the minister had made. So that gave us roughly 3 weeks to create 3 schools with more than 16,000 students. So it was a significant undertaking because it's not so simple to just move kids into a virtual school. We have to staff them. We have collective agreements we have to adhere to. We have to ensure that technology is available. We have to make sure space for teachers is available. We have to make sure space for resources. We have to the staffing was clearly the most complicated because we have to transfer staff out of schools which were to be face-to-face and into virtual. And in secondary school, it's particularly problematic because it also involves qualifications that those teachers are able to teach, subject specialists. If we had a number of kids in virtual who wanted to take physics, we had to make sure we had a physics teacher available to do so. And so therefore that was the delay. And as the public may know, this is a significant issue in many, many boards. And I'll just give one example of the Toronto District School Board. They have almost or slightly over 80,000 students that have chosen distant learning. That is 2 Rogers Centers stadiums full of distance learning. And they have delayed until next week as a result of the challenges that they're having. So this is, the delay in our board was not uncommon and not unexpected once the conditions changed. I would also suggest that and Superintendent Ruddock will report on this tonight around the protocol around students and or staff who have symptoms. Just today, there was a change in how we need to deal with this. And these things happen fairly regularly. We've trained all our staff on what to do around symptoms. We've sent messaging home to families. Our staff has reiterated with students, and that has changed as of today, as we're following the guidelines of public health. So I know for many in the community, this is extremely frustrating. And I know for many of our staff, it's extremely frustrating. But things have been changing rapidly. Now, having said all that, we had our elementary students in school last Thursday and Friday, and our secondary grade 9 students doing a virtual welcome to high school kind of thing through links through and so on. And I'm obviously not aware of all of what went on, But what I am aware of is there's lots of positive stories out there. The students were glad to be back. The teachers and the EAs were glad to be back and work. Teachers, EAs, and all staff in schools are true professionals, and they want to make a difference in kids' lives and make a difference for the society in which we live. And they've never been put to the test like they are now. And so far, they've passed that test. They've done really well for us, as you know, as was expected. I mean, there's nothing unexpected here because we know how great our staff is. And then face-to-face school started for both secondary and elementary proper with curriculum on Monday of this week. And so we've now gone Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And again, I've heard mostly good stuff. There's still some nuanced and challenges out there, but we have that in any school year. It's not particularly different from any other school year. And of course, virtual started today. This morning, there was some significant technical issues, but I think we've worked through those. But again, they had to be expected. We've got thousands of students. And I would ask the public to look at sometimes when you're going on Netflix, if you have Netflix at your home, and you don't get into it straight away. Multiply that by thousands of times, and you can see the challenges that we had. So now, I'm about to turn it over to Colette, Superintendent Ruddock, but I do want to say a couple of things since school has returned. I want to acknowledge a great number of people who have made this work. I want to acknowledge our union partners. The presidents of our unions have, all of our unions have been intimately and intricately involved in conversations with us, pointing out where we could be better. But they have been extremely helpful in helping us, the Halton District School Board, and them get this up and going for our students. So I want to thank all of our union presidents and their staffs. I want to thank Public Health. Public Health has been a tremendous partner in this, in particular, Dr. Magani. She's someone who's so reliable, so informed, so easy to get along with. And I can't imagine the pressure Dr. Magani's under, and yet she always has a smile on her face, and she's always willing to help us and advise us and make recommendations to us that keeps our kids and our staff safe. So I want to thank Public Health and Dr. Magani. I want to thank all the Board of Trustees. The Board of Trustees, when they went for election, had no idea, and nobody had any idea, but you can imagine when you put your name on a sign and say, hey, vote for me, I want to make a difference, that you'd be in the midst of a pandemic a short 2 years later. And I applaud our trustees for the support they have provided to senior staff, the support they have provided to the communities, and their cogent advice to us about making things better. I think it's a remarkable and sometimes a thankless job that the trustees have. They're elected. They're not highly paid by any stretch of the imagination, yet there they are. When someone says volunteer and put your feet forward, they're there. So I want to thank the Board of Trustees. I also want to thank all our senior staff and all those staff that helped us get through this. Superintendents, my senior team have worked tirelessly, and since March 13th, I don't think any of them have had a single day off, including weekends. And it's not about looking for empathy or sympathy for that. I'm not. It's just an acknowledgement of the efforts that these people put in to get school up and running again in a climate of fear, a climate of anxiety, and a climate that was ever changing. So I really want to thank all our superintendents, our associate director, and so on. And finally, all of our staff, all our school staff, all our corporate staff who, despite their own fears, overcame those to help us support students and get them back into our buildings. So with that, I will turn it over to Superintendent Ruddock. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening to trustees. And we have quite an update for you this evening, and so I will start, and then as we've done in past updates, we'll just circulate to superintendents and the associate director, and they know the order that we're going to go in tonight. So as Director Miller has said, the first few days of school have gone really well. I have to say that our schools did an amazing job at developing the capacity of our staff on all of the new health protocols that have been put into place. And parents at home have really prepared their kids well for wearing a mask and hand washing and adjusting to all of those new routines. So it made the start of our school year not only very joyous to see the kids again, but also very safe. So I really do want to commend everybody on such a great start and adjusting to all those routines. Thursday and Friday of last week, of course, were the optional orientation days, and those were very well received and well attended, and lots of happy kids on those days, and I'd add a happy staff as well. Friday in secondary, our Link Crew student volunteers hosted orientation sessions for our grade 9 students, and that was a success. And this week was a typical startup with startup issues, but certainly we were problem solved and had the support of our supply teachers to plug some holes where needed. We also had our CPP and life skills students in on Friday of last week as a first quiet day of school for them, and that was a good transition for them back into school, as well as all of the transition meetings that our school teams hosted in the weeks prior. So this week is really our first full week, and today our first full day of everyone being back in school, and so I think we're in really great shape. As Director Miller said, the new provincial self-assessment tool was launched yesterday, and we worked with public health today to confirm that the Halton region is going to align their expectations for a screening with this provincial tool for schools. And so we are also going to adjust all of our screening protocols to align with the provincial and the soon-to-be revised Halton screening protocols. So to touch on a few key differences, there are really two key differences that will have a significant impact for both staff and families. And that is that when you take the screening tool and it prompts you through different symptoms, it will ask, for example, for a runny nose, whether this is a common symptom related to a pre-existing condition such as allergies. And if you say yes, then it doesn't prompt you to self-isolate and to stay home. The other significant difference is that close contacts of students who have symptoms are not required to self-isolate while the symptomatic student is getting a test. And so for our staff, that also means that when their own child is symptomatic and waiting on test results, then they also don't need to self-isolate. So this will be certainly a positive impact for both students, families, and our staff. It will mean some readjusting of our protocols and our posters, and of course the training of staff. But we will do that as quickly as possible and implement this new protocol. We have also developed a comprehensive COVID case and outbreak management guide that aligns with our reopening plans. And we are in the process of in-servicing administrators, and we're now going to have to re-in-service the ones that we trained on Monday, given these new and emerging changes. But we continue to work closely with public health when we have a confirmed case. Of course, over the last few weeks, we've had a couple confirmed cases, as well as some risk assessments in schools. And so we have worked very closely with them. And I echo Director Miller's comments about how lucky we are to have such strong partners with Dr. McGandy and her team. They provide us a letter to share with our staff and our families when there is a confirmed case in the community. And then we post that information on our board advisory webpage, COVID advisory webpage. We post a confirmed case for 48 hours. We've selected 48 hours so that that aligns with the contact tracing period that Halton Public Health conducts. And so that it also doesn't really draw any attention to when staff or students are returning from a prolonged absence. We don't want our confirmed case to come off the website at the same time as someone is returning, and therefore perhaps breaching some confidentiality. So we post that for 48 hours. We also communicate that information to the Ministry of Education in 2 different ways. We have a portal where our administrators report a variety of data points, attendance, absenteeism rather, for our staff, absenteeism for students, confirmed cases, as well as staff or students that are absent due to a confirmed case. And then I also relay the same information or similar information to a direct contact with the Ministry of Education and a phone call every day. So that the information then gets posted on the ministry's website in terms of a confirmed case. And at this time, we don't know how that information is removed from their website or the length of time it's posted there. I know that this is a common question that many of our parents have. But it's posted there for a certain amount of time, and when the ministry decides to remove it, then I suppose they will. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rob around media requests, and then perhaps we'll take questions on this section before we continue on.
That's very. I can certainly jump in here. In terms of the communication, particularly with respect to media, obviously there's a great deal of interest. We're fielding numerous calls every day with respect to wanting to know further information with respect to any cases, as well as any anticipated situations throughout the board. I guess first and foremost, are going to be trying to keep trustees informed. So at the present time, our approach is going to be to ensure that you're aware of all positive COVID cases in the board by CCing you and forwarding a copy of the letter that's going out to those particular communities. I know in some cases municipal councillors are obviously also wanting to be kept informed, and the direction that we have received is that they should be receiving their information through directly through Halton Region Public Health, and they can certainly get copies of any letters and fulfill any sort of requests through Halton Region Public Health. That we should not be providing that, nor should our schools be providing that information directly to them. In terms of media requests, so we have asked all school administrators to forward any media requests to the communications department. Lots of different reasons for that. Certainly one is there's a lot of terminology and specific language involved, and the words are very meaningful in terms of how they're used. Suspect cases versus probable cases versus positive cases. What's an outbreak, what's not an outbreak. So we really need to control that messaging to the best of our ability, and we also need to ensure a confidentiality. And so therefore, ensuring that we're referring only to a staff member, not a specific job title, such as a teacher. These are all things that we need to keep in mind as we sort through the messaging. A piece that we're certainly providing as a resource amongst the development of the central communications and letters that are going out to these communities that are affected is also some speaking notes to various different parties that are kind of on the front lines, like our director's office, switchboard, school operations executive assistants, as well as obviously school secretarial staff and administrators. So some pretty basic speaking points. So, but again, any sort of broader media inquiries are certainly being encouraged to be directed to our communications department.
Okay, so I'm looking to the speakers list and I have a few speakers. Trustee Rocha, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, in respect to the website that has stats on our schools, I realize that after 48 hours, confirmed cases are being removed. But I'm worried about our transparency to parents. I have been contacted regarding cases across Halton, and why aren't they still showing up as cases on the site? So I understand your explanation, but how do we come across as being more transparent in including the number of cases, even if they have been resolved? Is there a way that perhaps we can enhance this site so that information, we can include the information, but being respectful of the person who has tested positive? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just worried about transparency. Thanks.
Through this chair to Trustee Rocha, we can certainly talk about the criteria that we use to determine the length of time that we're posting on our website. Ideally, we would get some guidance from the Ministry of Education so that we have a consistent practice across the province. So I've asked for that, and I'm waiting for that guidance. So perhaps once we receive some clear direction around what the ministry expects, we can also adjust our practices. So we do it all at one time. So I am hopeful that the ministry will provide us something.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you. Through the chair to Superintendent Ruddock. I have a question about and I don't know if you'll know the answer because it's new, about the loosening of guidelines as far as contact with students and how students are no longer needing to self-isolate. And you said that that also means that parents or teachers who are parents of kids will not have to self-isolate. So I'm just wondering, because I see a slight difference, because as students in the classroom, if they're all wearing their masks, they have those layers of protection. However, when you go home and when you're with your mom and dad, I don't know that you're wearing your masks at home. So is it the same? So is it still that parents who are teachers of children who might have a suspected case of COVID are still under the same guidelines as students in the same class who are protected by masks?
So I would say that this revised screening protocol, and to be honest, we are just working through all of the details, but as I understand it, that this revised protocol for any adult or any sibling would not require self-isolation during the period of time where the child has the symptoms and is awaiting test results. Only once that child has a confirmed case would the adults and the siblings or the other close contacts need to self-isolate. So whether it is the parent of a student, a sibling of a student, or it's a staff member who has a child who's got symptoms, according to this new provincial screening tool, they are not required to self-isolate.
All right, thank you.
Okay, there's no other speakers on the speakers list, so I have a question. And I saw the announcement today with the Premier and the Minister of Education, and so I hopped on and looked at the assessment tool, and I was a little shocked, and again shocked with what you're saying with regards to a symptomatic member of the family awaiting test results, the other members of the family don't have to self-isolate. And in some circumstances, that could be a sibling that's sharing a same bedroom, or that's, to me, that's wild. So, and you've outlined there are some differences. I'm assuming and the way you're speaking, we are adopting this new model coming from the ministry. I'm assuming you've had conversations with the local public health, and I guess they are conceding or are on board with these changes. That was probably a very uncomfortable, because I believe Halton is one of the has had some of the more stricter rules, and we currently have a legal order in place. And how does the legal order jive with the new guidelines? What supersedes? I'm very confused.
Through the chair to the chair, I had all those same questions today in our meeting with public health, and it is a local public health decision to develop the class order or to change the class order. The class order can supersede the provincial direction based on local needs and local epidemiology. And so it was the decision of our local public health unit to align their screening protocol with the provinces. And so we have been following public health guidance throughout this process. And so for that reason, we've also decided to change our screening protocol.
Oh, okay. So I'm going to ask you another question that's slightly different, but I know it's your area, so I'm going to ask. I believe it's your area, anyways. With regards to an update on the public health nurses, I missed the front part of the Premier's conference today, and I believe I think he was talking about the public health nurses, but the sound wasn't there, and so I was making an assumption, but I was wondering if you could tell us where that stands, what their role is, and how are they going to interact with our community.
Through the chair to the chair, I can certainly give you an update. Halton will be hiring 17 public health nurses. They're in the process of recruiting those nurses now. So it will probably be another, at least probably best case scenario, another month before they have those individuals in those positions. About half of those school nurses will be supporting the contact tracing procedures for when there's a confirmed case in a school. And then the other half, about 8 at this point, will be assigned to areas. So we asked them to look at our geographical areas: Burlington, Oakville, Milton, and Halton Hills. And they would support schools, both our board and our coterminous board. They would support those schools in following and improving their IPAC measures, the infection prevention and control measures that are in place around our health pieces. They will also be supporting a school when they have a confirmed case. They'll be supporting that staff and the administrator on having a deep understanding and being able to support the school community. And they will be just there as a general resource when they have questions or finding trends or issues, and they need some help problem solving as it relates to COVID or any other school health issue. So we hope to have them soon, but their process will take some time.
And just to follow up, they are being directed by public health. They are not our employees at all.
That's correct. So they are a part of the public health team.
Okay, and are they they are supporting the coterminous board and the French boards as well?
That's right.
Okay, so just seeing how that's being spread thinner and thinner and thinner. Okay. I have a potential motion, but I'd like to hear some of the other areas before I go forward with that motion. So there are no more speakers for this section, so go right ahead with your team.
So I think the virtual school update is next. I just wanted to echo some of the director's comments originally around we have 4 virtual schools that we've created with over 16,000 kids. And so it was a massive task for us to be up and running, but I'm happy to say that today was our first day of school. And in some ways it was a very smooth first day of school. And in other ways, as one could imagine, there were some glitches. Some issues today with students logging into their virtual classrooms, login credentials, and some of those technical pieces that our staff worked on throughout the day. And we had expected some of those, and hopefully those will be resolved for tomorrow. In our secondary virtual school, there were, as in all of our secondary schools at the beginning of the year, lots of timetable issues to work through. Kids who have done a course at summer school, for example, and no longer need that course, or a student that's changed their pathway. Lots of those timetable issues. And in the school of over 3,700 kids, there were lots. There were over 1,000 of those identified, and students let us know through an online form. And we've had lots of staff working through those today, and those will take us a few days to work through. That part's not really atypical, except the volume in such a large school. So there are some of those pieces that we're working through. We also have a very large number of families that expressed interest in our virtual schools after the intent to return date. So those students were not in our original numbers when we staffed, and so we've been looking to accommodate them. By and large, we've been able to accommodate those students in our elementary school, and we are working through them in our virtual high school. But I think that number has risen to around 700 students that were not originally factored into our staffing, and so we're working through them in a priority order. New kids to Halton, and students that really need need that distance learning because of a medical accommodation. Those are the kids that we're looking at prioritizing in that process. We have had lots and lots of help getting up and running. I want to just thank both our elementary and secondary school programs department and our shift team, who have helped around designing some virtual learning experiences. As I think trustees can imagine and appreciate, that we've got kids and staff all coming from different schools. They don't know each other. So a big focus on the first couple of days of classes, in fact, probably the first week or more of classes, is just really some community building, establishing relationships, teachers getting to know their kids. And so our support staff in our board, in our program department, and the shift team have helped provide some resources for those kinds of activities, and have also helped us around Brightspace and Google from a technological perspective as well, so our teachers are prepared for their kids. So all in all, it's been a bit of a whirlwind. We're through first day, and we continue to resolve little glitches as they appear, but we're pretty happy with startup. And I just wonder whether Superintendent Pennyfather may want to add anything if I've missed anything from your perspective, John.
Thank you. Just to echo some of the things that have been put forward by Associate Director Bogue and our director, the scale of what folks have done in a very short time is pretty impressive. There are 13,000 elementary students went online today. It wasn't a perfect day, but it was a good day, and for that we have to thank a lot of people, our IT department and the board, our HR department, and and our unions all helped to compress the time and to make this possible. So truly impressive on the part, and of course, the administrators who have been working around the clock with the secretarial teams and the teachers digging in. So lots of support there, and all the departments in the board have made themselves available to the administrators in the virtual schools. So very thankful for them. School programs, knowing that some of our teachers would be appointed and be teaching almost the next day because it was such a crush, provided 2 days of model virtual lessons for our elementary teachers. So the new teachers just hired in place. It's a recipe, so they have a starting point, and they could say, okay, this is what they're after. This is what it's supposed to look like. And for our experienced teachers, it was a bit of an exemplar that they can use to hone their lesson craft. So everybody's learning in this model together, and it's really great to see. And just the scale of it, 13,000 that in elementary, that puts us somewhere between Trent University and Laurier in 3 weeks. So in terms of size, so really impressive.
Okay, thank you very much for both of those reports. We have a speaker on the speakers list. Trustee Shuttleworth, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you through the chair to Associate Director Bogue. My question is a quick one. I'm just wondering, you speak about those 700 kids that you whittled through on the waiting list. What happens while they're waiting? Are they having anything while they wait, or are they just waiting?
Thanks for that question, Trustee Shuttleworth. Through you to trustees. We put out some messaging just prior to school startup today to say if you're on the wait list, we are working through it in priority order. Realistically, when the school has already been staffed, there's going to be a lot of those families, unfortunately, that we will not be able to accommodate. So we've suggested that they do attend their in-person school in the meantime, and we are working through them as quickly as we can. But until the point where we can address those, and as classes, and up until classes are full, there isn't really, unfortunately, anything that we can give kids to be working on because we don't even know what their timetable is. Right now, all we've got is an expression to come. So the whole process looks at, we need to look at the student, we need to look at their course selection. Is it something that we can accommodate? Is there space in the classes? And then we make a decision and build a timetable. If we started them working through, for example, their grade 10 math credit, that may be something that ends up being in quadrimester 4. So unfortunately, it is a bit of a waiting game, which is a frustration for families, and we do understand that. But we had staffed the school, and there's limited space. So we're trying to look at extenuating circumstances like those health issues first and get those kids in as the priority.
So follow up, please. So if they are never to get off this waiting list, what happens to their school year?
So that's a great question. For students that are not able to attend virtual school this semester, we would ask that they work with their in-person school on a plan, whatever that might look like. It might look like they attend classes like other kids in person, or it may look like they're doing something at a distance in their home school. But remember, and maybe we should have reviewed this with trustees as well, we have some entry points throughout the year where kids can change their model, so they can move from an in-person school to an online or vice versa. And so that next change point comes in November 12th for secondary and November 30th for elementary. So if they really want one model or the other, but weren't able to be accommodated for this first couple of months, they will get into that next model. We've sort of committed to saying, we're going to start this all over again, whatever this whole staffing process looks like, to make sure that we've got families where they, in the preference of the model, for where they want to be. So we're asking folks to kind of hang in there and work with us, and we will get them there for November.
So then equally, and I'm sorry, this is a really quick, are there waiting lists then for in-person as well? Or anyone who was in person gets to go to school?
For students that were in, that was sort of the default, was in person. We did have some students that chose virtual and then changed their mind back. And for the most part, those students have been redirected back to their home schools and have been accommodated in their home schools.
And I would just emphasize these students will, these students will not be sitting home doing anything. Those students that did not get into the virtual school, they default back to their face-to-face. They will get work. They will be working in secondary school on their credits. They'll have asynchronous. They'll have the afternoon sessions as well. And it's the same is true of the elementary.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker on the speakers list is Trustee Garretts.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Associate Director Bogue. I received many great comments today about virtual learning, and it was really put a smile on my face, and I knew that this was going to go and get pulled off well. A few negatives. One of the concerns, and I've received several messages on this now today, actually about 3 since I've been sitting here tonight, is around how many teachers are sitting doing synchronous learning in a portable. I understand that there may be, 3 or 4, and the noise, apparently the noise level is a real issue, so that it's very distractive to the students, and they're actually shutting down and just walking away. And then I look at that from a different lens and say, where are we with the equity piece on, a workspace for teachers? Are we putting them in cubby holes? Are we putting them, a pile in the portables? How are we doing this?
Thanks for that question, Trustee Garretts, and through the chair to all trustees. That's a really great question, and I'll start, and maybe Superintendent Pennyfather will weigh in as well. We're wrestling with that a little bit because we have, at this point, asked that our teachers in our virtual schools are working from a bricks and mortar school. So they all need a place somewhere in a school. We know many of our schools have some empty classrooms because lots of their kids are now in the virtual school. So the thinking was that there should be a space somewhere in our bricks and mortar schools for these teachers to be working. But in some cases, the space is tight. And so we are looking at that right now. And so there are some things that we would need to look at. For example, can we put some soft divider, those felt dividers, up in the classroom to help baffle some noise and manage the noise? 4 in a classroom, yeah, that's pretty tight. So if we've got some other classrooms in other schools, we might be looking at doing some shifting of staff around. I think a couple of staff in a classroom is quite manageable, and but 3 or 4, I can certainly appreciate where the noise may become a bit of a frustration. We placed, Superintendent Pennyfather probably has a better number than me, but I think literally hundreds of teachers in the last week before school into the virtual schools. And so we needed to find homes for them quickly. And so there wasn't necessarily the opportunity to look at every single building and every little nook and cranny. And so we tried to make some decisions to get folks up and running, but there will be an opportunity to massage that a little bit. Superintendent Pennyfather, is there anything else you wanted to add there?
Yeah, another part of the solution is the technology in the form of headset microphones that, actually our admin teams were speaking to purchasing today and looking at models, because some teachers found some very effective solutions with that. So we're looking at how to see what's working best. And like Associate Director Bogue says, we had to do this quickly. So there are more spaces where we can make some adjustments. We wanted to get people in and get people going. One advantage to this too is that we were able to put our administrators were able to put teams into buildings together at the schools where they had lost a lot of students to the virtual schools. And because of that, there's the opportunity for planning. There's also you know, in the spring, there was some worry about, okay, can I do one-on-one teaching and privacy issues and that, but they have other teachers around, so there's not a worry for that as well. So there are some good things about it, but we do have to make it better for our teachers, no doubt there. And our students, of course, once it's made better for teachers.
Okay, there's no speakers on the speakers list, so of course I have a question. And that is, we have 2 basically empty high schools in Burlington. And those schools, I know that, you know, empty, truly, like there's no furniture and stuff in some, but I'm sure that you've looked at these schools as possible places to have the congregation of virtual teachers, and I was just wondering if there was what sort of discounted the staff from actually using these sites, since we own them and they have Wi-Fi and that kind of setup.
Maybe I can start, and I think maybe Director Miller may want to weigh in as well. And we did look at those, and because they are sitting there empty, they do have Wi-Fi. One of the a big part of our thinking and conversations that we did have was around getting those buildings up and functioning with respect to all the COVID protocols as well. So that was one piece that is not really in place. They're not yet equipped with, you know, signage and hand sanitizer and the cleaning schedules and those kinds of pieces. So those were not yet in place. So we did think that if we could accommodate staff where we have functioning buildings and all those protocols in place, that would be certainly the place to start. Director Miller, do you want to?
Yeah, I'll weigh in. Yeah, Chair Drabentz, through you, Chair Drabentz, to you and all other trustees. We actually are using Robert Bateman. We, as trustees, will remember we brought a report saying that the students in the food program at Nelson are going to be shuttled back and forth between Nelson and Bateman, but that left some space, and Bateman is signed and ready to go, and we have teachers teaching remotely or virtually from Bateman. We have not used Pearson yet, but it's a consideration if necessary. At this point, we do not think it's necessary because we've been able to get all our teachers into spots where they can, where we're in compliance with public health recommendations and so on. However, if those things change, particularly in the next quadrimester, if all of a sudden we have a greater influx of kids going to distance learning, we may have to look at Pearson, and we would have it ready for that purpose.
Okay, thank you very much. Trustee Rocha has popped on the list.
Through the chair to Assistant Director David Bogue. It was brought to my attention this evening that there was a security breach in the virtual schools where two virtual classrooms were disrupted by unauthorized individuals. Can you speak to the security that we have in place and what we're doing to prevent this from happening in the future?
Thanks for that question, Trustee Rocha. We did have two situations that I am aware of. You sometimes hear about them in the media. I think the Zoom bombs or where somebody crashes into your virtual meeting. I think Superintendent Truffin may be able to answer a little bit more specifically around some of the security pieces, but it is something for us to be aware of. We did have two. I think it's a bit of a novelty at the beginning of the school year, but it is something that we certainly want to protect against. But Superintendent Truffin can, I think, articulate some of the security pieces a little bit better.
Certainly. Thank you, Associate Director Bogue, and through the chair Trustee Buffet and all the trustees. I want to make it very clear, it was not a security breach, it was not a hack. It was just a very, very unfortunate situation that the meeting link was very inappropriately shared by other students. And I can assure you, working with Director Bowe, Associate Director Bowe, that the principal of the virtual school will be investigating this, and the appropriate consequences when the investigation has been concluded. But it was not, I just can't stress enough, it was not a hack, it was not a breach, it was the meeting link that was very, very inappropriately shared. And as Associate Director Bowe did indicate that the Zoom bombing or whatever it was, when links are shared inappropriately, this does happen in the virtual world. This does happen. It's very unfortunate.
Could I add a point to that? With the elementary, in terms of security, part of the reason why we had a bit of a scuffle this morning was because with support from our IT department, we were very conscious of logins and passwords. And so the whole process that we had, starting with a Google Meet and supporting students who couldn't find their login passwords, it went a little slower today, but that was partly because we were being really careful under the guidance of our IT department. So security has been front and center for the elementary.
Did you have a follow-up, Trustee Rocha? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, there are no more speakers on the speakers list.
Point of order, we need to do extension.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Trustee Amos. I didn't realize what time it was. I didn't set my alarm. So would you like to make a motion for an extension?
Sure, I'm not sure how much longer I can stay on, but I can make a motion.
Okay. Pardon me?
30 minutes?
I think that might be a little slim, considering we need to go back into private session.
Okay, well, I probably won't be able to stay on.
Okay.
But I'll say an hour, but I'm probably going to have to leave earlier, so.
Okay. May I have a seconder for that motion? Thank you, Trustee Shuttleworth. Is there any further discussion about this? Okay, seeing none, this is a motion to extend for an hour. It may end up to be less, but that, all those in favor? I have 9. I have 11, and I know Trustee Taylor he's been having, he's in. Are we missing one more person? We have 12. Could everybody please check if they've completed their voting? There we go. Excellent. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much for extending for an hour. Okay. We are done the virtual schools topic. Please move forward with the next update.
Thank you. Through the chair to all trustees, I think I'm next with a staffing update. I'll start with our secondary schools. First of all, I'd like to echo Associate Director Bogue and Superintendent Pennyfather by saying staffing was also a whirlwind. We have had literally hundreds of postings in the last weeks prior to school starting. And while we did not manage to have teachers in all of our, fill all of those postings in time for the first day, we're very hopeful that by Monday, we will be very close to doing so. Right now in secondary, we have about 5 permanent vacancies that have been posted, and we expect all 5 to be filled by Monday. We have approximately 15 LTOs as of today, and we hope to have this down to under 10 by Monday. I will flag for trustees that French qualified teachers are very thin on the ground, and we are experiencing difficulty in both elementary and secondary in our recruitment of sufficient number of French teachers. That is nothing new. You're all aware this is a provincial. Actually, it's not only a Canada-wide but a worldwide shortage of French-speaking teachers, and we find many of our boards in Canada are going to Europe and recruiting French-speaking teachers. So it's a problem, and we're experiencing more in this virtual world due to the creation of our virtual schools. So other than the French positions that may remain vacant, we're hopeful of filling all of the remaining vacancies in secondary by Monday. In elementary, I've been asked about the impact of having actual students arrive in schools on our class sizes. So elementary, they fluctuate, as they always do at this time of year, because we staff on projections in the spring, and we wait till we call bums arrives in seats. So we do actual counts of actual children as they arrive at school. So that process is underway right now. And you're all familiar with September reorganization. It occurs every year in elementary, and that's what happens when we true up the numbers between projections and actual students. Due to the lateness of school starting this year, that's going to be more of an October reorganization. So as a result of that, principals have until next Wednesday to have all of their actuals in our staffing system. So I can't report to you with any accuracy what our class sizes look like today. I did run the software, and it shows that they are smaller than when I reported them last week, but I have no faith that they have been updated because, as I said, the deadline is next Wednesday for that. So it's my intention to bring you a report, as I do every year, on reorganization so that you will know what our class sizes look like once they've stabilized after reorg. The period between September 23rd, when those numbers need to be finalized, and October 13th, we will do things such as address class size pressures. So that is look at where we need to split classes, add staff, and lower class sizes. We will declare surplus teachers from schools who did not meet their projections and that are, as a result, overstaffed. And we will post and fill vacancies at schools where we didn't have enough staff or where we have to create new classes due to the actual enrollments being higher than projected. So all of that happens prior to the reorganization being complete. So on October 21st at the board meeting, I will be reporting on the outcome of that process, which is going to be more complex this year, given the virtual school element. So for elementary, I don't have numbers to give you because it is only the third day of school, and we are still accounting for all of those actual students. So I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Executive Officer McFadden. I'm looking to the speakers list, and I'm waiting. Thank you very much. I know I shot some questions to you, and you covered them nicely within your report, so I really appreciate that. And I think you may have covered a lot of people's questions in your report because nobody is on the speakers list. So thank you very much for your comprehensive report.
Through to the chair, to the trustees, I am the next one who's going to provide you with an update, and that is on the very exciting topic of HVAC upgrades. HVAC means heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. We have received questions from both parents and staff about the HVAC in our schools. So I wanted to provide you with a little bit of context and then explain to you what we have done to date. So to begin with, schools are typically designed to provide a significant amount of fresh air in comparison to, say, residential, retail, or commercial environments. Schools typically have higher ventilation rates by design. Secondly, the Halton District School Board has dedicated millions of dollars over the past few years to upgrade and replace mechanical systems. And board-wide, we have a very comprehensive preventative maintenance program that inspects all our HVAC systems in buildings and in portable classrooms. For example, we change the filters in our HVAC systems a minimum of 6 times a year, which is more frequent than the manufacturer's recommendations, and it ensures that we maintain a high indoor air quality. In terms of seeking expert advice, we are following the recommendations of ASHRAE. Now, ASHRAE is the American Society of Heating, Refrigeration, and Air Conditioning Engineers, but it is actually a global organization, and they determine some of the codes that are used internationally, including in Canada, for the design and standards of mechanical systems. So we follow the recommendations of ASHRAE in term, and what they have recommended is that we increase the amount of air exchanges in buildings and improve air filtration. So at the risk of sounding a little bit nerdy, I'll explain something about the filters in our building. So currently, we are using a tackified 1-inch thick polyester dual ply filter with Sporax microbial inhibitor. I know that sounds pretty impressive. Those are rated to MERV 9 standards. That said, we are going to be improving the filtration to a MERV 13 standard this year, which is recommended by ASHRAE. So the filter media itself will be of similar construction, but it'll have a higher filtration efficiency to better trap particles as small as a virus. The frequency of the filters are changed once every 2 months, which again is higher than industry standard. So in addition to this work, we are also, we have placed an order for institutional grade air purification units. And this is for classrooms in older schools where we have limited ventilation. So we only have an exhaust system and radiant perimeter heating. Typically in those older schools, the air exchange in those classrooms occurs through the building envelope and the exhaust air system. But we realize with the colder weather, leaving windows open will impact the temperature comfort for occupants in those rooms. So the air purification units will provide air exchange in those rooms. Those units will be available in 2 to 3 months, and funding for both the MERV 13 filter upgrades and the air purification units is available through the funding that the province made available to school boards at the end of August. So, you know, part of the reason it's going to take us a few months to put these measures in place is that the funding came a little bit late. We are very grateful to have the funding to be able to do the work, but it's everyone in the province is looking for the similar solution. So it's going to take a couple months for these things to be put in place. I will add that the MERV 13 filters will also be put in place in portable classrooms, so not just in the main school building. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your extensive report. I believe I've learned a lot. I'm looking to the speakers list, and just as Executive Officer McFadden, you too, Superintendent Pichetti, your report seems to have answered all the questions we have at this point. So thank you very much, and I guess the next team member should come forward to have their report update.
Good evening. Through Chair Grabens to all trustees, I am next to provide trustees with an update on transportation. Our consortium is overseeing a total of 1,166 routes every day. So that's 465 routes every morning, 236 at midday for the secondary panel, and another 465 routes in the afternoon. We currently have 22 routes that don't have a permanent driver, but every single one of those has been filled with a supply driver. And overall, we had some delays in transportation, but considering the challenges of this year, we've had a great start from a service delivery perspective. We're still working to finalize the seating plans and confirming the ridership on these routes. There's students that have moved between the online and in-class learning, as well as students that have not opted out of transportation. So they're eligible for transportation, but do not intend to actually ride the bus. So all of those numbers are still being clarified with our families and students, and the seating plans are expected to be finalized within this week and next week. And our school administration, as well as HSTS, have worked tirelessly evenings and weekends in order to determine the best routes, confirming the students on the bus and assigning the seats. The data will continue to fluctuate and be confirmed this week, so we're hoping to have everything finalized by next week. And just in comparison to other years, the driver shortages are comparable. We're usually looking between 20 and 30 driver shortages at the beginning of the year, and the bus companies are actively training and recruiting drivers throughout the course of the year. And thank you, and I'll take any questions trustees may have.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Ngoy. We do have a speaker on the speakers list, and that is Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much, through the chair, to Superintendent Ngoy. Later tonight, when the chair reviews some of the letters that have been issued by different boards around the province to the Minister of Education, there is at least one board who has included in a request to the minister to provide funding for monitors on school buses. Have we had such discussions in our board, and are we seeing that as a necessary step in order to support the bus drivers and to ensure student safety?
Just a point of clarification, Trustee Gray, do you mean people monitors or digital monitors?
I was referring to people monitors. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair to Trustee Gray. We have not considered monitors in particular, because we do have a number of protocols in place. We do have 465 buses that would require a monitor. Indeed, it is a valid point, additional funding being needed for something like that, because once the driver is driving, the focus is on the road and not on supervising students that he or she is driving. And we do have communication with the families in terms of expectations for the students to wear masks on the school buses, have their hands clean and sanitize, the seating, we trace the seating plans as well, and the buses get extra cleaning at the end of the shifts. So there's a lot of protocols in place already. However, we didn't have anything in particular for monitors other than the provincial discussions that we've had as a group in asking for additional funding for transportation in general.
Through your chair, Grabens, I would just like to add a couple of comments. To add to what Superintendent Ngoy said, province-wide, this would be a significant cost to the province. And we have areas of the province in which there are bus shortages, Eastern Ontario, for example. And I think the priority of the province at the moment is to get, and those boards are to get drivers and buses on the road. But it is a topic that directors are speaking about. I'm not sure it will go anywhere because I think there are all sorts of competing priorities for finances in these circumstances, and it may not be seen to be as urgent as normal. And our experience is, in the past, we do have issues on buses, but when you think in this board, the numbers of students that we, in a regular school year, have on buses, we have very few incidents on buses because primarily the kids behave. They know how they're supposed to behave on the bus, and I expect that this will be the same. So there could be an argument made that a bus monitor would just not be doing very much on some of our, like one of our buses yesterday, for example, or this morning, or whatever this week, only had 7 kids on it. So for a bus monitor to be paid for 7 kids would be, I think, a significant cost. So, however, it is a topic of discussion, and directors will be discussing it as well. And it will probably come up. I have a call every Thursday morning with the deputy minister, and I suspect it will come up there as well.
Okay, thank you. There no one else on the speakers list, so I will pop in a question, and that is, as Director Miller mentioned, one of the buses has 7 kids on it. I don't know if I saw the same bus the other day, but I could only see one head, and I know it's close to the school. There was maybe one other stop coming up, but I was really close to the bus, so the angle was funny. I'm sure there were more kids on there that were teeny. But my question is, I know we're not allowing or having courtesy seats this year. Considering some routes may have a lot of space, would we reconsider courtesy seats in certain situations or on certain routes if the population on the bus is very, very low?
Thank you for that question. To the chair, we are not revisiting courtesy seats from an equity perspective. Allowing them on certain buses and not others is going to be a challenge. However, we are also mandated to reduce ridership on buses. There's no physical distance on buses. We are fortunate that our average bus rides are around 13 minutes. We don't really have very long bus rides. However, the loading on the bus is normal. So we are loading them sometimes up to 60 students per bus. And because parents haven't opted out for the students, we are not sure if, Monday they ride the bus and Tuesday, Wednesday they may not. We have to reserve a seat. To the extent that they don't ride the bus and the bus is not as full, it helps with that air, ventilation and spacing between students as well. So no, we're not considering courtesy seats this year.
Okay, I just want to put that out there to the public so I'm not hounded when people see a few kids on the bus. Okay. I see no other speakers on the speakers list to this topic of transportation. So I'm, I guess, the next speaker on the list.
Sorry, I'm having problems with my buttons there. That takes us to the end of our update this evening.
Okay, so thank you everybody on the team for that update. And as I mentioned earlier, I have a potential motion that I would like to bring forward and for your consideration. So I'll read it, and then if I can get a seconder, that would be lovely. So, and this, just a little preamble, considering the amount of time, well, actually, considering the new guidelines that have come down from the ministry today, it actually about public health and about isolation, and that at the lack of self-isolation that potentially happens now, it to me seems more imperative that testing is timely, because if there is sort of a siblings and adults or children will be allowed to attend our schools, we need to know as soon as possible if there is a positive COVID case, so that tracing and the isolation can occur to keep COVID at bay and out of our schools as much as possible. So my motion is the following. Be it resolved that the chair write a letter on behalf of the trustees of the Halton District School Board to the Premier of Ontario, the Minister of Education, the Minister of Health, the Regional Chair of Halton, and the local Chief Medical Officer of Health for Halton Region to implore them to dramatically increase accessibility and capacity for same-day COVID-19 testing and results due to the recent reopening of schools and the strict protocols in place that exclude students from school with minor symptoms that are common in other childhood ailments. Outlining potential barriers for families to get assessed, possible ramifications of not being able to access a test and results in a timely manner, and requesting that consideration be given to how the new public health nurses could facilitate this. This letter is to be copied to all Halton MPPs, the OPSPA president, and all Ontario school boards. Would anyone like to second this, please?
Chair Gerbents, I would like to second that motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Oliver.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Did you want me to do this part?
Yes, please. I'm passing the gavel. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks very much. So you've moved and Trustee Oliver has seconded. Now I will look to the speakers list for any questions from trustees.
Can I just speak a little further to this?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. So my understanding is that it can take, at this point in Halton, up to 72 hours to get an initial appointment to get a COVID test. You cannot, there are no walk-in tests available in Halton region. And then it can take up to another 4 days to get results for that test. So we are looking at potentially 7 days to get a test result back, which you can imagine the mixing and mingling that can happen, especially now that siblings, children, parents don't have to self-isolate while waiting for a test result.
Thank you, Chair Gerbents. There are no speakers on the list at this time, so I will ask everybody to vote on the motion on the floor. Okay, thanks very much, and that carries unanimously, and I will pass the gavel back to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Al Harrison. Okay, so thank you very much, colleagues. We'll get on that letter as soon as possible. Notices of motion. Are there any notices of motion? Please put your hand up on the speakers list. Okay, seeing none. Next, we're up to the director's report. Director Miller, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Gerbents. I have 3 items tonight. I will immediately turn one of them over around multi-year plan timeline to Associate Director Bogue and Vice Chair Al Harrison.
I can't remember whether I was going to start. Trustee Al Harrison. So we have, thank you. We have shared timelines with trustees. We are excited to reinitiate the multi-year plan process. We've mapped out a time frame for folks that would get us to allow us to do a little bit of consultation over the next month or so and get it to the board hopefully in and around the end of October or first thing in November. We think that is a pretty aggressive timeline, and so we'd be certainly happy for to receive any feedback from folks around that. But we think that it is a doable timeline, and it would put us in relatively good shape to develop an operational plan for this year. We're in an unusual year. We finished last year in an unusual place, so we're kind of starting the same way. But we think that the work that was done already, we certainly can validate that work with our communities and with some of our leaders. And we may want to adjust some of our thinking based on our experiences over the last 6 months or so as well. So, Trustee Al Harrison, did you want to add anything to that?
Sure. Thanks very much, Associate Director Bogue. Through you, Madam Chair, just to add that when Associate Director Bogue and I first got together to talk about how we could reinitiate this process in a good way, recognizing that our current multi-year plan is sunsetting in the near future, and an operational plan on a separate note, an operational plan will be developed, and it would be great to be able to hook some of our resources to a new plan and approach. We talked a lot about balancing or recognizing or honoring where people are right now in the school startup that is like no other, and taking resources like no other. So we don't want this to be a straw on anybody's back, but rather something that people can draw inspiration from and do a bit of a pulse check. You'll recall that we, through Maximum City, did quite a big outreach previously. So with that information and with some small or some tweaks based on our current context, the idea is to take the pulse of administrators and for trustees to, in a way that they see appropriate, go into those school communities that they have relationships with and just have a conversation about whether this draft strikes the right notes at this point in time. And as trustees, we may want to team up and have virtual meetings by municipality, for example, or some other mechanism that we can develop to do this in a timely way. Thank you. I think we can take questions.
Okay, I'm looking to the speakers list. And I want to say that while I'm waiting for some potential speakers to get on the list, I want to say I'm very excited to get back to this. I think as trustees, this is our number one thing, setting direction for the future of the board. And understanding where our communities are with this, and hearing from them, and also getting them on board with some of the ideas that we've already talked about. So as I said, I'm looking forward to getting this, getting out there with it, and getting this nailed down, and moving forward, and making positive change in the Halton District School Board. So still looking to the speakers list. No speakers. So I guess everybody's tired and excited all at the same time.
Next item, Chair Gerbens.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will turn it over to Superintendents Puccetti and Newton to discuss some of the challenges at this time because of the pandemic, COVID, and public health protocols, and minimizing people on our sites around what we are planning on doing around kiss and rides at this time. And for those in the public that have never had to avail themselves of it, it's an area of a school that is quite often approved during site plan approval as part of the site plan approval process, where parents drop their kids off at school, and it basically a taxi service drop them off and leave straight away. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Newton Puccetti.
Thank you very much, Director Miller, and through the chair. Tonight we are looking for support and with our communities in light of the COVID's wicked challenges and in light of the energy and public health protocols in terms of getting our staff on board to help shepherd our students in safely, keeping social distance. We have temporarily closed our drop-off areas known as the Kiss and Ride for kindergarten. And instead, our staff are ushering students in to the doors using social distance. They're also temporarily closing the parking lots, so that way safety can be ensured as they're guiding our students in, following the protocols of mask wearing, social distance. And we feel at this time it's a measure that we need to put in place in order to garnish the energy of staff and to also ensure that we do not have gatherings of folks outside the cohorts. So we want to thank very much parents who have been very gracious in understanding what the protocols are entering our schools. Many parents wave to their little ones at the sidewalk, recognizing that we can't have visitors, and parents are visitors, so are superintendents, on the grounds of schools, and to ensure that we have safety pieces in place. So we thank you very much for your support in that. I will turn it over now to my partner, Superintendent Puccetti, who will talk about some short-term and longer-term plans regarding these drop-off areas in our school places. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Newton, and thank you, Director Miller. So we will be sending a letter tomorrow to the various municipalities explaining why we are closing those kiss and rides and limiting access to parking lots for parents and caregivers because of this unprecedented situation with cohorting and safe entry. And we're going to seek support from the municipalities to allow us to do this for the next few months until we see how things develop. I think municipalities staff understand some of the challenges we face with kiss and rides, and I think they also would be appreciative to learn of a lot of the work that schools have done to communicate this information to parents and to find other ways to help support safe entry and dismissal from school. So it will be very important for us to send that letter, and then we will follow up with the municipalities in case they have any concerns, and look to what else we can do in the future to address some of the concerns around kiss and rides. Obviously, as a school board with a strong commitment to environmental stewardship, we do want to reduce the amount of vehicle traffic to and from schools, and we do want to support active, safe modes of transportation, low carbon modes of transportation to schools. And many municipalities have also similar goals, in particular to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in their community. So hopefully we're all going to start working towards that goal together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking to the speakers list to see if there are any questions. And I do not see any questions at this time. Director Miller, would you like to say something or move forward with your next item?
Move forward to my last item, and then I have a few comments after this. Back to Superintendent Buccetti around climate-ready schools.
Thank you, Director Miller, through the chair to the trustees. So you have received a little communication update for called Climate Ready Schools. And I'm quite excited to tell you about this unique opportunity for Halton District School Board to partner with the Evergreen Foundation to transform the school grounds at an existing school, a pilot project to address climate change and provide enhanced opportunities for student development. The project will provide opportunities for other Halton District School Board staff to share in the knowledge and experience and to develop new approaches towards outdoor learning. What we do at this pilot school, we will look to repeat at other schools. So it's a very bold and unique approach to school ground design. There are not a lot of schools in Canada that are going to embrace transforming the site to this extent. So how this came about, Evergreen, who are a national leader in promoting sustainable school ground design, approached us in November, and they have a they are contributing not only their experience and knowledge, but also have a significant financial contribution to put towards both professional development and capital costs for this project. Halton District School Board will also be contributing some capital costs as part of a site renewal project. So the criteria for selecting the pilot school, the climate ready candidate school, first of all, it was important for Evergreen that the project occur at an existing school where there are some typical site challenge school. First of all, it was important for Evergreen that the project occur at an existing school where there are some typical site challenges that you can find at schools all across the country. And we know that many of these existing school sites deal with issues like poor site drainage, for soil erosion, compaction, inadequate grading, not enough shade, and very little by way of natural features to engage students. So these school grounds often require a fair amount of remedial renewal work to address the site issues. And we also know that schools are often seeking funding to put in features like outdoor seating, more trees, and planting opportunities. So we began by looking at 7 schools that had sites with some challenges. We formed a selection committee with representatives from Evergreen, HDSB staff, as well as Dr. Omoa, our Human Rights and Equity Advisor, Superintendent Pennyfather, and myself. And we analyzed the sites. We consulted with other senior staff. And then we interviewed the 3 shortlisted schools. We also interviewed municipal partners to understand what their support would be for the project. And I have to tell you, all 3 schools were very strong candidates, but Irma Coulson was selected as the candidate site for several main reasons. One, the grounds at Irma Coulson are degraded since when the school first opened in terms of soil compaction and water management issues. There is not a lot of shade on the site, and it is a large site. And I think there are lessons from this site that are transferable to other schools. There is certainly a capacity and commitment to outdoor education among the school admin team and staff, and a willingness to engage with other HDSB staff throughout the process. It's a large school, so this site transformation will benefit approximately 1,100 students and a diverse community. And of course, one goal of this project is to involve the community and to consider multi-generational use of the grounds after school. And that was something that the town of Milton expressed strong interest in and support for this project. So the participatory design process will begin shortly. I know in the handout, because we were intending to launch this in the spring, but of course it was deferred. So the design process will begin shortly, and the intent is to complete the design by the spring of 2021, and then to begin construction in the summer of 2021. And in terms of outcomes, the site will be transformed to be more responsive, sustainable, and to provide a variety of enhanced outdoor experiences for the students in the community. It will be an opportunity for Halton to share information within the board as well as with other boards across the country. And we will also have an opportunity to study and research what are some of the impacts, and we're hoping and we're anticipating positive impacts for student development because of the enhancement of the site and the enhanced outdoor learning opportunities. So there will be more to come on this project. I'm a bit sad that I won't be here to participate in this, but I'm going to certainly keep in touch and find out how this project is going. And we'll probably make everyone at the next school board jealous because Halton has this wonderful, unique opportunity to develop this climate-ready site. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know you may be tired, so if you have questions, you can certainly email me and I will respond as well.
Thank you very much. That sounds very exciting. I'm looking to the speakers list, but while we're waiting, Director Miller, do you have something to say?
Yeah, I do actually. And Superintendent Puccetti, stay on with your face here. Don't go to your non-face or whatever that is. And as you may know, this is Superintendent Puccetti's last board meeting with the Halton District School Board. She's directionally challenged because most people ride off to the sunset. She's riding off to the sunrise in the east. But we wish her all the best. I, for one, will miss her mellifluous voice and her poetic and literary acumen as she holds us all in suspense to the climax when she describes a MERV filter and the antimicrobial action of a MERV filter. I was on the edge of my seat, as I have always been with Maya's reports. But in all seriousness, Maya, you have been a revelation for this board. You have, I can't say enough about the fact that we were very fortunate to have a female facilities superintendent who is an architect, whose communication skills are second to none. I think I'm speaking for all the superintendents. I'll let the trustees speak for themselves. And I'm speaking for all our principals and vice principals and all of those who have had contact with you. You've been remarkable for us, and it's been our pleasure and joy to work with you. We wish you all the best as you go to the TDSB, and we will really desperately miss you, but I will be calling you as I assume your position for the next few weeks because I have no idea what I'm doing. But you've been, the final thing I would say is on a personal level, I will very much miss your humor, your friendship, and your quaint stories that are always self-effacing and making fun of yourself. So, Maya, we wish you all the best, and thank you, thank you, thank you.
And
Thank you very much.
On behalf of the trustees, I too want to say thank you. Hasn't been a long time with us, but wow, what an impact. And I know I've appreciated your very candid candor. You've made things very, you've talked at our level and made it easy for me to then go forward and explain further to my community. And you know, I'm an IT consultant, so there's a big gap in what when I'm talking about facilities and you know, planning, all those things. And you've made it easy for me, and I'm sure you've done the same for the rest of the trustees. Really appreciate all the work you've done. I'm hoping Director Miller finds, and I don't think this is possible, but your clone. I'm really looking for a clone. Your dedication to the environment has been wonderful. It shines, and it helps us stand out. And I think really you're forward looking. I'm going to miss you. I really am, and I'm sure all the rest of the trustees will too. So thank you so much for everything you've done.
You want to say something?
Well, I thank you very much for the kind words, and I have to tell you again what a difficult decision it was, because I have truly enjoyed working in Halton and for the Halton District School Board. It's an amazing school board, an amazing group of people and senior staff, and I want to thank everybody for how supportive you've been of the ideas and the facilities team. It is an amazing facilities team. It really is. They just go ahead and get the work done without a lot of drama and fanfare, and under sometimes pretty amazing circumstances. And so I'm confident that this team will keep on going and doing all that great work for this board, because they do truly care, as all of you do. And thank you for setting such a respectful, supportive environment for all of us trustees. It really has been a pleasure working here. So I'm going to miss you all. I may still, you know, pop up now and then to see how some of these projects are doing. Because I do have a real interest and passion for them. So thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Director Miller, do you have any more in your director's report this evening?
No, I'm wallowing in tears at the leaving of Maya. I'm unable to. No, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, so next is communications from the chair. You know, the lead up to this week of officially starting school, whether it be Monday with in school return or reopening, and reopening or new opening of our virtual 3 elementary and 1 secondary school this fall has been an incredible and difficult journey for everyone involved. And I really want everyone to know that it's been hard, but in the end, we are moving forward in a positive way. You know, the staff and the trustees have, I believe, a very strong growth mindset. And I know that term is used a lot in education, but I truly believe that we here at the board, at the Halton District School Board, believe in that. We are learning through, you know, the things that aren't going so well, because nothing's perfect, and that's how you learn. If everything was perfect, I think I'd be asking a ton more questions, because that's not life. Life is messy. I have that written in my window, actually. And sometimes I don't think communities appreciate the incredible complexity that it takes to run a school board of 66,000 students, 8,000 staff. Students are not widgets. They are people who have families, who make decisions and reconsider, and our staff are people and they reconsider things. And then there are over 100 facilities, and then doing the near impossible of creating 4 huge schools for our virtual learners in mere weeks, and being able to change whole timetable models. It is incredibly complex. The University of Waterloo has 75,000 students. We are approaching that in that sort of complexity, and yet we have to do it over many, many more facilities. And with the complexity of having parents and guardians and children who do not always follow protocols, and there's a lot more learning that has to happen. I can't think of another type of organization, even multinational organizations, that have to deal in the complexity that school boards do. Many of us parents are very focused on the 1 or 2 schools that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And what school boards have to do is what the region is vast, really. It is large. And our staff have done incredible work. And I want to thank each and every one of them, whether they're clerical or EAs, teachers, facilities, definitely a senior administrative, corporate, in school, the director himself. You've all done incredible work and taken us to an incredible place. And I know we're going to move forward, and we're going to learn, and we are going to help students learn in the best learning environments we can, and we're going to keep students and staff as safe as we can doing it. So I just want to say thank you very much for all that you've done for the students of the Halton District School Board. And that's kind of it for my statement. Otherwise, we did receive 3 letters between the last board meeting and now, and they are listed in our board package. Simcoe County sent one with regards to equity, diversity, and inclusion. York Region District School Board sent one regarding PPE funding, and Lakehead Public Schools has sent one about COVID-19 funding. And I know there's more letters being written across the province. There's definitely a lot of communication happening across the province. I know I received another letter today that will be in the next package. So, and again, we put them in here so that that people understand the complexities of running school boards and knowing what the issues are in education. So, moving on to committee reports. Are there any committee reports? Trustee Oliver, I see your hand.
Yes. Thank you. The Special Education Advisory Committee held its first meeting of 2020-21 school year last night. We continue to meet by video conference, and the meetings are recorded and available on the hdsb.ca website. At last night's meeting, SEAC met Rebecca Newcomb, who is the new Vice Principal of Special Education. One carryover item from last spring was the timing of the chair and vice chair elections, it was decided that elections will be held at the end of December meeting for the new elected individuals to start in January 2021. The chair and I have offered to chat with anyone interested in taking on these roles, and we are encouraging SEAC members to consider putting their names forward to take on these positions. The main point of discussion was the reopening of schools, of course. Superintendent Zonneveld provided a presentation outlining, among many things, all the health and safety measures that have been put into place at each school upon the recommendation of Halton Public Health. Also, we talked about what the day will look like for students in both the elementary and secondary panels. We talked about the importance of ensuring that all students with special needs continue to receive all the supports that they require. And we talked about the importance of supporting mental health and well-being for all students during this very challenging time. And on behalf of SEAC, I will relay some positive comments that we received from the Association for Bright Children. Members commended staff for the very thoughtful and intentional planning and scheduling they undertook to ensure that students with exceptionalities were placed with their peers in virtual school classrooms. SEAC meetings are scheduled for the first Tuesday of every month, and so our next meeting will be held on October 6th at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Collard.
Thank you. I just wanted to remind the members of the Trustee Professional Development Subcommittee to respond to the doodle so that we can plan our next meeting date. And I look forward to talking to you guys then. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Gray.
Thank you, through the chair. Two things. First off, is it just a point of clarification? Is this where we would have the information flowing through regarding OPSPA? Or does that come up later? I was looking on the agenda and I didn't really see that OPSPA report. So is it under the trustee committees then?
I think that is appropriate.
Okay. Trustees would be aware that the OPSPA election is taking place for the positions of president, first vice president, second vice president, regional chairs, regional vice chairs, policy development work committee, and education program work committee groups. Because of the time of our meeting tonight being as late as it is, I would like to propose that I collect the views of the Halton trustees as to giving me direction on how to vote at the annual general meeting coming up, that I collect that information via email and that we don't spend time tonight to go through all of these different positions and all of the different people. I look to the chair or vice chair to see if that's an acceptable practice to take on tonight.
I think that's acceptable to me. Is that acceptable to everybody else?
Okay, because I will follow that up with an email tomorrow morning and seek everyone's advice on that. However, at this point, I would like to just add a second part to this, and that is I'd like to recognize that we have two trustees from the Halton board who have stepped up to run for positions. The first person I'd like to acknowledge is Joanna Oliver, who is running for the Education Program Work Group position, being one of two representatives for Central West. So we wish her luck in that election. And the second person that we have running from Halton is Donna Daniele, who is running for the position of Regional Chair of Central West. So again, we wish both Donna and Joanna the best of luck as we approach those elections at the annual meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Collard, do you have something?
Yes, normally before we go to one of the OPSPA general meetings, we pass a motion at the board level to support the trustees from our board that are running for various positions. And I would like to make that motion if that's all right.
Sounds good. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Gray. Seems very appropriate. Okay, so is there any discussion at all? Looking to the speakers list?
Point of order?
Yes.
I think I should declare a conflict of interest in this.
Okay, and I'm assuming that Trustee Oliver will also declare a conflict of interest, and that's fine.
Yes.
So we will, when looking to vote, we expect that you're not going to vote. Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other discussion on this at all? Okay, seeing none. So the motion to support Halton District School Board trustees in their nominations for running for OPSPA positions. Looking to voting, all those in favor.
Just so you're aware, the student trustees have left the meeting, I believe.
And that carries unanimously. There you go.
Thank you.
So, yes, good luck.
Point of order, Madam Chair. It's been an hour since we extended.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Amos. I had just noted the time in the middle of that process. So we still have trustee questions and comments, and have to go into private session. So can I suggest a half an hour?
I'm going to have to share my regrets. I am leaving the meeting now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Second, may I have a seconder? Thank you, Trustee Gray, for seconding a motion for half an hour. So is there any further discussion? I know this is a long night and I apologize. We don't meet again until October the 7th. So some of these items need to be taken care of. Okay, seeing none, please go to your voting forms. All those in favor of an extension of half an hour. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We have another half an hour. So on to trustee questions and comments. Please add yourself to the speakers list. Vice Chair Harrison, go right ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I have 3 briefish things. Cut me off at any of them. I'm not going to glance at the speakers list. So brief thing number 1 is that the Rock Your Locks team that has developed a Halton-wide initiative for hair donation is moving ahead with a hair collection event in the next short while. So people would be going to their own hairdressers. Like me, I'm very excited about this after months of planning, and information will be coming out about where the donations can be dropped off in a safe way. Item number 2 is a brief question with respect to graduations, and this question comes after a memo from the Minister of Education today, and I'm aware because I have a student who graduated this last year that some schools had said there's a possibility of in-person events in the fall, and of course we didn't know what was going to come at that point in time, and that was a hope to give these students something that was lost. And I just wonder whether, I know some schools had said possibly on X date something could happen, and maybe some kids or families are holding on to those dates. So I just wonder if we can loop back with them to let them know what the scoop is.
Through your chair, Bench, to Trustee L. Harrison, I will ask Superintendent or Associate Director Bogue to put that on school ops. I am so grateful that Superintendents Newton and Pennyfather led a group to do a virtual commencement for our students because I think that the chances of an in-person commencement or graduation for the students from last year at any of our schools or any site are extremely unlikely and probably impossible to occur given the restrictions that are going to be imposed or are already in existence around COVID. So it's fortunate most of our schools, in fact, perhaps all of them, I'm not sure if all of them, celebrated their grads in some way last year. But we will loop back, and we probably should get some messaging out so parents and students are aware that it would be extremely unlikely, or however we word it, that there'll be any kind of in-person commencements this fall.
I'll go back on the list for the last one. Thanks.
Okay. Trustee Rocha.
Thanks. Through the chair, I meant to have asked this earlier and just realized now I forgot to ask. We talked about staff being in portables to conduct virtual learning, but how many portables across Halton do we have that are being housed by students at the elementary level? And can we possibly look at taking them out of portables and moving them into a room, a vacant room in the school?
Through your chair, Bench, to Trustee Rocha, I will start that question. I don't know about how many classes are in the portable, but I would suggest to take them out of the portables and put them into a vacant room is very problematic, because even though we have fewer numbers of students in the classes, we're probably using the same number of classrooms or pretty close to the same number of classrooms. And in many of our schools, we're packed to the hilt, and the portables were put in place to take the spillover from the bricks and mortar building. So I think if it's possible, it would be in a very few schools that we could move kids from the portables back into the school, because the classrooms will all be occupied. But certainly we can take a look at how many, and I guess I'd ask Superintendent, or I guess maybe Associate Director Bogue knows it, or at least has a better answer around that, or perhaps Superintendent Puccetti. Thanks.
No, sorry, Director Miller, I don't have a better answer. I think you covered what I was going to suggest there as well. We can certainly do some inventory. If we've got kids or teachers working out of portables with empty classrooms, I think that's is a logical move for us to make. But Superintendent Puccetti may have a better sense of whether we've got the number of portables that are being used versus the number of vacant classrooms.
Thank you. Through the director, I can get that information. I do know that there are a fair amount of schools where they have been able to move students from the portable back into the main school building, but I just don't know that information right off the top of my head, but I can find that out for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Trustee Shuttleworth.
All right, thank you. I was going to try to ask this during the returning or the reopening of schools, but I didn't get to it. What my question is, and I think it's for Superintendent Hunt-Gibbons, is who is accountable to ensure that cohorts in high school are engaged in learning when they're not in school? So, for example, from Monday to Wednesday, we've had cohort B that's been online. And then how are we ensuring that accountability on both sides? So if the kids aren't there, is there, like, if you think about when we are in person, we have the phone call home saying your child's not at school. Is there something along those lines for the online learners when they are not at school? And again, how are we ensuring there is that connection with those teachers?
Thank you. Through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth. If you are in cohort A or B, when the other group is at school, you are certainly not on vacation. You are expected to be engaged in the learning, and it is expected that there is learning provided for you. The teacher has the choice of how that learning is provided, and I can tell you that this week so far, some of that has been synchronously in that students, whether at home or in the class, were taught at the same time with the same lesson, and in other classes, it didn't occur, and then work was provided for students in the cohort at home asynchronously while the class was with the teacher. So there is an expectation that staff are providing a course of study for all students and that students are learning, regardless of the instructional method that is chosen. So teachers are very much accountable for the learning, and now as are students as well, there's an expectation that they are also doing. Brightspace is our new learning management system that has been implemented across the secondary system everywhere this year. And Brightspace very much helps with this, as it hosts a whole variety of tools that can be used for synchronous and asynchronous learning. But it also has accountability built into it, in that the system itself provides metrics on use, teacher use and student use, and so there is a measurability factor that's associated with that as well. But certainly nobody is on vacation for any time, and there is an expectation that staff are providing the learning and that students are doing the work, regardless of the platform by which it is provided.
So if I can follow up, what follow-up is done on both sides? So again, if students are not there, what do we as a school board do to follow up on their, I'll say, absence? And if the work is not provided by staff, what follow-up is there on the staff side of things as well?
So through the chair to Trustee Shuttleworth, we'll talk about attendance first, because that was the correct term that you used. There is an expectation that students are present, even during our unique situation right now. So present while not at school and participating in the learning, or present actually in attendance at that in-person learning portion of the day. And so attendance is followed up. Student Services still has social workers and CYCs, and we still have the same laws in effect in terms of attendance and the thresholds for absence that would trigger the involvement of a social worker into that case. We still have student success teachers that would be following up with students who are not present. Same with attendance by vice principals in the Alpha VP assignment. So the attendance expectations are there and will be followed up on. So there's the student accountability. Teacher accountability was the other part of your question. And so if we were using a scenario whereby someone wasn't providing the appropriate instruction, we would hope that we would be told very quickly about that so we could remedy the situation. And in the worst case scenario where we weren't told about it, that we would discover it at the school level by looking at the metrics on Brightspace. It is an expectation of all staff, therefore not to do it would become a disciplinary issue, and one that would involve HR.
Thank you. I'm gonna, my second question I'll come back to later because it's a different topic. And it's not for you anyway.
Vice Chair Olsen.
Hello, thanks very much. Through you, Madam Chair. My question is with respect to a number of recent media articles or community newsletters from local MPPs who have noted the amount of monies that are to be flowing through to the HDSB. That amount quoted is $27,216,000. No, $27,216,278. Does that make sense? Anyway, so 2 weeks ago, trustees received a presentation which included the figure of $12.6 million. And I just want to be clear about where that difference is coming from. And my suspicion is that included in that 27 million is the 2% that boards are allowed to take from their own reserves.
Through Chair Grabens to Vice Chair Al Harrison, that is correct. The 27.2 or so million dollars that has been quoted does include the federal and provincial funding that has been allocated on a board-by-board basis. So the allocation for our board, which is $12.4 million. The ministry has also allowed boards to use up to 2% of the provincial allocation if the boards have reserves. And in our case, we do have reserves. So that amount that the ministry quoted was $14.8 million. And that is how they came up with the $27.2 million. It should be noted that the government has also provided additional funding for PPE supplies that are centrally deployed and public health nurses, which have not been allocated by school boards and therefore are in addition to this amount.
Thank you. I just have a quick follow-up.
Absolutely.
It's not a question, it's more of a statement, which is, I think this is how there breeds confusion in the public when amounts of this magnitude are given. It really, I don't think, is giving a true picture of what's flowing through to boards. And I think that's unfortunate because we really do need to be pulling in the same direction. So I think thanks for that clarification. It's helpful to me, and if anybody else is listening, hopefully it's also helpful.
I hear you, Vice Chair Al Harrison. Trustee Shuttleworth, you're back on the list.
All right, so this is my second question, which is completely separate from the first. I have had lots of concerns over busing for high schools. And I was wondering if we know where the city of Burlington stands with their look at making free busing for high school students.
Through Chair.
Go ahead, Superintendent.
Thank you. It was one of the areas that we were exploring with the city in the past year. Part of the budget consultation for the city. My understanding is that the mayor and staff have put forward a proposal, but it was not to be included in the budget for this current year. It was going to be for the following year. I don't have additional information since those meetings that had occurred earlier in the fall of 2019. We are continuing with the bus passes. We have split bus passing from the various municipalities and the region for various programs and for some of our students. So that is continuing as per a regular year, even for this upcoming September.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it might be something we might want to reach out to the city to check with the current pressures on the buses, and particularly for high school and for Nelson, with the students that are now coming from Bateman who used to be able to walk, which it's a little bit further for them to get, just to see if there has been any movement or consideration by the city to continue to to go down this path. So I don't know if we want to write a letter, or I don't know what we want to do.
Through you, Chair Grabens, to Trustee Shuttleworth and all trustees. Superintendent Nagoya and I will have a conversation about that and talk about the best way to approach it. I think perhaps just a phone call to the city of Burlington from either myself or Superintendent Nagoya to just kind of see where we are. And we can report back to trustees at the next board meeting for sure, but hopefully before that. So Superintendent Nagoya and I will have a conversation about it and decide how we go forward.
Great, thank you very much.
Okay, Trustee Collard.
Yes, I was responding to Trustee Shuttleworth's question. I had a conversation with City Councillor Paul Sharman about this a few months ago, and apparently this is not a front burner issue for the city right now because of the expense they've gone to with COVID-19. Understandably, the city's coffers are not quite as full as they might have been had COVID-19 not happened. And he was saying that this is no longer a front burner issue.
Okay, thank you for that information, Trustee Gray. And I'm just drawing everybody's attention to the time.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Very quickly, I think through the director, maybe to Associate Director Bogue, David Bogue. Quick question that has come up through social media, and that is the board planning to reissue a school calendar for this year, specifically to the secondary panel, as in that there are some changes with our quadmester and our assessment periods and so on and so forth. So just wondering if that is a consideration.
I will turn that over to Associate Director Bogue.
Thanks for that question, Trustee Gray. We, in fact, just today we're having that conversation around updating the calendar on the board website.
I think Associate Director Bogue, I think you've frozen.
We will update and get that information updated on our website.
Okay, I think we got the gist of that. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to rise into private. Actually, I guess we need a bit of an extension. May I have 15 minutes of your time to deal with some issues that we have in private session? Instead of going to, well, if you could please vote quickly on an extension for 15 minutes. I really apologize. We just have to deal with some issues.
Chair Grabens, do you have a seconder for that extension motion?
That would be Trustee Shuttleworth.
Thank you.
Okay. We have 10 responses and it's all yes. So thank you very much. We are have an extension. Now we need to vote quickly on rising into private session. So is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, we could go into private, if we could vote on going into private session, seconded by Trustee Gray. Thank you very much. All those in favor?
And Chair Grabens, I just would like to tell all the trustees, I mean the superintendents, I almost let all the trustees go. All the superintendents may leave, everyone. Dale, you can leave as well. I don't think there'll be any motions come out of this. I think I'm the only one remaining.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all, and that passes unanimously.
Get on your horse there, Maya, and ride the right direction.